Hello, and welcome everyone to the last qualifier as Stairs YUVA EA FC 26. A journey that began months ago has finally reached its conclusion stage, and now we are down to the qualifier number 10. One last shot to be in the top 6 for the national finals. Myself Shivang, I'll be host for the day, and joining me on the list is none other than Lokmanu. So, Loki, how are you feeling today now?
Yeah, Spartus, great to be back alongside you on the caster's desk. And as you said, for the journey that has lasted for, I think, about 6 months now, is finally coming to an end with the last qualifier. And this is coming down to the wire because we have had so many great young players coming up and showing their and proving their mettle actually against the best of the best in the country. And as we did expect the top names to be right up there, and by at this point, I think most of the people who are watching the stream have understood the format, but we are happy to explain it one more time since this is the last qualifier as to how the points have been allocated throughout this journey. So I think the best case scenario for the players right now who are fighting for the top six spot is to basically just beat each other, because even the rule says that if the points are are tied, then there is going to be a head to head that is going to be seen between the players, and they will have to play a final match to decide who is going to enter into the top six. Now, there could be a possibility, there could be a high possibility as we check out the rankings as well. So we'll just wait for that graphic to come up. But I think the close call that I see right now is between three players. And these three players are pretty interesting ones. It's all the players who are trying to make a mark
Hmm.
for themselves in this community, who've been, as we would like to call it, the upcoming pros. As you can see right now in front of you, we have Kabir Jaitley, Jahan Khan, and Rohit J. Ibrahim. Now, Spartus, if you see these three, as you can see, the cutoff is literally top six. I think there's a massive fight. All three players playing right now in this tournament for this qualifier number 10. Charanjot Singh is actually not playing today, so his seeding also might be affected. So we have a lot of topics to talk about, Spartus, but I'll start with this particular one between 5th, 6th, and 7th. Now,
Yes.
Rohit J. Ibrahim was only 5 points away from the cutoff, where Jahan is at 330. Now, all these players are starting out in the quarterfinal fixture itself. So there is no round of 16 fixture in this one. We have 8 players participating today, and that automatically gives all these players the chance to basically accumulate points rather, which is going to be bare minimum 25. So even if they lose, they are getting 25 points, but the question is who's going to lose first, because the one that who does out of all these three players will be in a very difficult position to qualify. So the first fixture is between Aditya Chadda and Rohit Joy Ibrahim, which is being played off stream. Vivan Sinha versus Aman Jaitley is also being played off stream, in which Vivan Sinha has actually got a walkover, as Aman will not be able to participate in this tournament. So he will be in the semi-finals automatically. He's a new guy on the block. Interesting to see how he fares up against Saransh Jain and Vanchaj. But the first game on the stream is Jahan Khan versus Kabir Jaitley. Now, this is the tiebreaker game, Spartus. Take me through it. Like, this is where it all comes down to. It's so close between the both of them. Jahan is sitting at 330, whereas Kabir is sitting at 335. It's insane how close both these players are in the rankings table right now.
And not just in the ranking department, but also the way the game has developed over the time. Jahan, being a newcomer to the pro scene, doesn't have that big of an experience to be at the highest level, but also not to be considered an amateur player. He's somewhere down the line where he is on his way to becoming one of the next big things in the FC community. But similar things can be said for Kabir Jaitley as well. Even in the recently played offline qualifiers in Delhi, one of the tournaments that Kabir has played recently, he has performed really well. Kabir has been showcasing his class in the online qualifiers. He has been there considering the fact that I think he was the one who defeated CJ in one of the legs as well. So he is showcasing class. Although both the players are above the cutoff tally as of now, and it does not really matter to them who loses from here on. Just keeping in mind that Rohit J. Abraham should not come out as a winner against Adil Chadda. Because if that happens, the scoreline is gonna tumble down. The loser between Kabir and Jahan will topple down to the seventh spot, and if Rohit J. Abraham is able to secure a win against Aditya, he will climb to the top six. So the fate of Kabir and Jahan, it relies solely on Aditya Chadda right now.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting take that you've given, Spartus. Even I didn't think about it, but I think, yeah, if Aditya is actually good for Jahan and Kabir, both, at least for one of them, who are able to be, like the one who's going to be winning this fixture is definitely going to be happy about the fact that if Aditya manages to beat Rohit, because that way, for example, if Jahan is able to beat Kabir, he'll not only be happy about beating Kabir and moving up and confirming his spot, he'll also be happy about the fact that Rohit has also lost to Aditya as well. And I think that is something that Kabir will also be hoping for in case he loses that fixture. So a lot of permutations and combinations going right till the end. And I was expecting this, I was expecting a fight for at least the I think the bottom three spots, given how things have moved forward. Even the way Saransh and Aditya have picked up their points in the last couple of qualifiers has been incredible. Because up until this point, before Saransh started playing regularly these qualifiers, and even for as a matter of fact, Aditya missing out on a few ones at the start, but picking up later on, just goes to show that all these players who are fighting for the bottom three spots are the ones who have sort of trickled down in the rankings, Pardis, and they were quite comfortable. They were pretty comfortable up until Saransh and Aditya and Vanshad started to place every single qualifier and started getting the first position, the second position. But with that being said, I think we're kicking off with our first game for today. Welcome to the Stairs YUVA EA FC 26, qualifier number 10, the last dance. And this fixture is a promising one because we're starting with none other than Kabir Jetli playing from left to right in that yellow kit, playing against Jahan playing from right to left in the blue kit. And it is going to be a cracker because this is a quarterfinal fixture and has a lot on the line. With that being said, Kabir starts off on a good note, but great save there by Jahan.
Almost there, just knocking on the door. But now a player lock corner, almost harder, I believe it is, on the edge of it. But now the way the attacking side has been showcased is again going to be a goal fest for the viewers right now. Both the players are having those approaches where they like to outscore their opponent rather than just keep the ball and build up the game. But also, since we are in the team of the season, the squads are pretty unique right now. But a player who has not been replaced for months, it is R9, and again scores this opening one more time.
Yeah, what a beautiful goal that is. To have the confidence to play that pass from Demorne to R9, not worrying about the offside, just goes to show you're willing to take that risk. And Jahan has done that once again with Di Maria. He's on the attack, looking for the second one. Cuts inside, plays a good pass there. Jolington now in a good space. Can he make something out of this? Goes all the way around, hoping for a pass, but great defending there by Saliba.
Yeah, Kabir just trying his trademark L1 triangle passes. They sometimes do work, but sometimes they give up the possession very cheaply. And now with the swap of possession, almost a finish by Saliba. So ever present. I just want to see if he has bought that player or has packed him. Because the players that have been popping out for these players are incredible. And Joe Linton takes a shot without any angle and it turns out into an own goal and things are just not looking good right now for Kabir.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very bad goal to concede. To be on Kabir's side, I do feel bad for him because the player which was standing, there's a chance though for Kabir. Great defending there by Jahan. But going back to that goal again, so unfortunate because the last player standing on the goal line could have actually kicked it away, but the AI did not respond of that player, and it's not something you can even control. And Jahan, of course, just taking control of the game now. You take however they come. That's the rule of any competitive game in FIFA esports, now called the AFC. It's always been the case over the years, Spartus. We've seen it. It could be the worst of the worst goal that you've conceded, but then
Yep.
it doesn't matter how they come. It matters that they come, and that's all you need in tournaments like these where you have so much to play for. And Kabir, plenty of time though to come back into this game. He's been promising, and that's his chance. Great through ball. Can he make something out of this? He has to go for a shot across the goal. Donnarumma saves it near post this time.
Right close. Another paylock might be intercepted. Yep. Just takes a touch. Sends the ball away. Now R9, he has to keep the ball. And I believe, yeah, he has done the Evo as well. So R9 has now passing play styles with upcoming 92 Evo. which made R9 even better of a striker because previously he was lacking the passing options, and now with this Evo that is going on, R9 has become one of the best strikers. He has broken shooting earlier, and now with passing being upgraded to a certain level, things are looking even more interesting for him.
Yeah, that being said, Kabir now has a chance to attack. Barcola tries to play it inside, but Jahan looking on top of his game. And as you rightly said, though, R9, of course, my personal favorite is again great pass
Oh,
there to Dumorne, opens up a chance, and Jahan has been phenomenal for the first 30 minutes of this game. Incredible goals indeed. The timing of his passes has been fantastic. He's not put a foot wrong defensively as well. He's been solid to defend those corners, which are almost like penalties in FC26, as we've seen Spartus over all these qualifiers we've watched, and in general we see in competitive gameplay. He's been able to shake them off and has had the chance to score 3 goals. This is the replay of that goal in which, the last player on the line did not react. But what do you think where it goes from Kabir? I think he needs a lot of focus and a lot of confidence to, tell himself that he's still in the game, because it's over 2 legs and it's an important fixture, because he might just lose out onto points from Jahan. And, as far as things are looking, Jahan is basically going to qualify over Kabir.
oh, for sure. Jahan is right now on a sixth spot. He will surely climb up top if the scoreline remains same. But now Kabir just needs to pray out that either he makes a comeback or Aditya just gets his victory in the simultaneous fixture that is going on against Rohit J. Abraham. Because that is his only last hope. And seeing how well Kabir has played in the entire tournament and the glimpses of FC he has shown, he definitely deserves a spot. And right now it is Jahan who is just decimating the young player. Dumone, the red pick as well. So Kabir, he is completely on the back foot. And Jahan, he is just wrecking the defense apart.
Yeah, I think Jahan has been fantastic. The way that he's been playing, the player locks. Dumorne, of course, what a player to have a red pick. Dumorne has always been my personal favorite, and a lot of people have been using her right from the start of the game. Even her gold card, if you remember when the game came out in
Yep.
September, was really good. Imagine 95 Dumorne up against you is incredible. One more chance for Jahan, plays it to Di Maria, but this time it was offside. Kabir has to get something in the first half of this first leg if he has to basically pull through this particular fixture and have any chance of making a comeback, because it's all been Jahan. He's so composed. Look at his passing, turns inside, goes for a finesse, and Williams, what a goal that is. He will not miss from there with that finesse shot plus that he has. And it's 5 already.
It's just 41 minutes into the game. It is surprising that Kabir Jetli has not been able to get a proper shot on target till now. He's unable to get the possession, he's unable to build up, and everything is going in Jahan's favor. Good player loss, keeping the composure, not this time around though. Tried a diagonal run with R9, just losing the possession, but he immediately wins it back as well. The high pressing game is just so on point, and Kabir is unable to move on along the pitch.
Yeah, I think he's been just off his game completely. And as you can see, just kicking the ball off. And with that being said, to make it more interesting for all our viewers here, I've just got an update that Aditya Chadda has lost to Rohit J. Abraham 8-7, which is an incredible result indeed. Who would have expected that? That just goes to show now that if Kabir loses out, he is definitely out of the tournament, and so is Rohit, if I'm not wrong. I think we'll have to check the calculations, but yeah, it's not going to look easy for Kabir. I'll have to go back to the calculations and see. So Kabir right now is sitting at 335, Rohit is at 325. So Rohit has gone up against Kabir. Jahan is going to go up against Kabir. So I think it will just leave. Honestly, nothing for Kabir here. He has no way out since Aditya has secured a result. Rohit has secured a result over Aditya.
Oh, that is very unfortunate. Like, Aditya losing out to Rohit Abraham, that is the big surprise. Because those type of fixtures, you expect the veteran pros to just secure their victory quite easily, but A margin 8-7 defeat. A defeat is a defeat indeed, but yeah, that is not a good sign for Kabir. Although might he not be able to get in the top six with these qualifiers, but we still have two more slots open for the top eight because we know that these qualifiers were just the top six, but for the grand finals we need 8 players, so two slots will still be open.
Yeah. But the thing is, though, for those two spots, we are going to have a conversation about it later on because that will be happening without these players being able to participate in that. It is only for players who have not played in this league. So that is going to make it pretty
Oh,
interesting to have some new faces as well. And the chances that these players were getting here are the chances they got. But here's another chance for R9, and that's unlike him to miss it from that particular angle. But nonetheless, if you talk about the Evos, I think R9 Evo has been incredible. And I think you are a lot into Evos. I think the right word would be that you are an Evo simulator, Spartus, as I would like to call it. And you have all the information for these Evos. So take me through this. Di Maria, though, what a save there from Buffon. Jahan is literally just gliding through Kabir's defense. It's like Kabir has sort of just like forgot how to defend in this particular game because every single time Jahan is going forward, he's been able to attack so well.
exactly. The movement on the top in the final third has been just perfect right now, and now the pass is even better. Pedri not missing out from there, not a chance. What a brilliant play from Jahan. One more time, 6-0 up, and this is just the first leg right now. Another finesse, and for the first time now, Kabir, he has got one bag at least. And he surely need at least 2 to 3 goals back right now if he wants to stay in the fixture. But the sad thing is, with the result going in favor of Jahan, only one of, or rather, in Roy J. Abraham, only one of the players from Jahan and Kabir will move up ahead because one have to crash out in the top six now.
Yeah, and I think most likely it's looking like Jahan who's going to go through. So, I mean, it's basically going to be a goodbye to Kabir in that case, even though he has been so good in this tournament. However, we can't really say anything at this point of time because, to be very honest with you, it's 2 legs. We've seen 20 goals over 2 legs in these tournaments, maybe more than that sometimes. And you literally cannot rule out anyone out of this fixture because both these players have shown their mettle to come back again and again and again throughout these course of the 10 qualifiers. That's a great chance there for Kabir. Can he make something out of this? Too much pressure from the defenders. My God, what a tackle that is. And Saliba, was it Saliba? I think absolutely destroying the attacker over there. Had no chance to get through. And this advanced defending, though, even though Bruiser has been nerfed Spartus, you can clearly see the impact of players like Theo and Saliba and
Yeah.
all these centre backs that we have. Gabriel, I think it was. And yeah, I think it's just something that's just very difficult. Kabir, my goodness, what a chance that was. And that could have honestly changed a lot in this game had that gone in because the
Yes.
difference of 4 goals is not that much going into the second leg, even if the score was to be tied up. But Kabir really has to get a couple of goals if he has any chances of making a comeback at least in the second leg.
Uh, I'm not sure like what is going on wrong with Kabir since he's one of those players we have seen perform really nicely, but I believe that the 11 triangles that were the trademark style of Kabir Jaitley to score goals have been shut down by these players. Because right now, what I see is Jahan playing not a high line, maybe just going balanced or even deeper with 55 or 45 depth. Because all these players are sitting a little deeper, and all these 11 triangles are just ineffective at all.
Yeah, I think the L1 triangles have been dealt with well, although I do feel he's still playing 70 depth. Look at the high line that comes up every single time Kabir is attacking, but he has been incredible with his player switching. And at this point of time, I think no pro player is playing 60 depth because that just doesn't work out. The team sits in a very weird sort of position. They're either sitting too back, they're not even sitting too back, neither they're pressing up as much as they would do for 70 depth. That's another chance. But coming back to the offside trap, auto offside trap, I think 70 depth is the perfect mix for players to use. And that high line, can you see that? It's been able to manage it really well this time and forcing
Oh,
Kabir to
excellent.
go out on the wings. not allowing him whatsoever to play those L1 triangles.
And also the squad selection is quite interesting from Kabir as well. He is awesome on the flanks. Yep, not the best out there when it comes to dribbling, but yeah, because he is the lengthy player, so he will be rapid as a bullet on those wings. But right now, I think it does not matter because Jahan is constantly attacking on another player low corner. He wins one back, and now Kabir takes a touch. Now misses out.
Yeah,
Another one, I believe, was a
chance.
goal kick. Yeah, goal kick.
Yeah, chance after chance, partisan. I think that's what's been happening. I think one more goal, and that will pretty much, not just take away Kabir's confidence, but put this game far away from his reach. And that's the chance he's gonna get once again. Buffon, the number of saves Buffon has made, honestly, has been more than the goals Jahan has scored. And this is another chance
Ah,
for Kabir. Can he capitalize on this? He has to. He's gonna make an extra pass, gets inside, takes a shot. And that's an important goal for him. And if he can get somehow one more, based on the chances that Jahan has missed, this game could get interesting, to be honest. Although four goals is still quite a lot. And Jahan, as you can see, just playing all composed. He's going to waste all the time that he can and force Kabir out that back line. That's the space Jahan needed. So many gaps, but Kabir manages to win the ball. He's going to try and push for that last attack. Great ball there, but Theo will not let that slide. Now, all Jahan has to do is not to lose the ball, but he did. +2.
yeah, goes for a professional foul. Not pretty much required there, but also I think this is those bugs where the professional log gives the game a nah. He's continuing. Like the game has 2 minutes to be played and suddenly the ref blows it out. But now this could have been the chance where Kabir might could have attempted the last attempt, but 6-2 in the first leg. Things are not looking easy for either one of them. Because with 6-0 up, Jahan was in complete control of the game, but Kabir getting two back, the game gets completely open again in the second leg.
Yeah, I think anything could happen at this point of time, but I would say Jahan is a smart player to hold on to the ball and not give away possession so cheaply in the second leg. I think he's going to try and outscore Kabir nonetheless, because if you try and sit back too much in FC 26, you will be punished. You cannot play with a pessimistic mindset. And I think that just goes to show that both these players are so attacking in their own different ways. As you rightly mentioned, Spartus, about Kabir having the knack to play those through balls over the top, whereas Jahan is someone who's more focused on left stick dribbling, cutting inside from the wings, playing those through balls with player locks, and using R9 and Dumorne the way that he does. So I think both the play styles are different, and Jahan seems to be working a lot better than Kabir's right now.
It looks like it. Well, now the second leg is what we are waiting for right now, and let's see who will be the player who will qualify ahead because it is all down to just one leg between two players. Jahan, he has an upper hand of 4 goals, but if Kabir wants to turn things around, he needs to be very precise in every attack he builds up.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting fixture because when you see both these players at this stage, they are fighting for qualification. Jahan cannot be nervous at this point of time. He has to play with confidence. Kabir has nothing to lose and he has to go all out. He has to be smart about playing this new leg with a fresh mindset, thinking that there are no goals that I am chasing. He just has to make sure he has to get goals the way that he plays normally, because if he is able to sort of, put it in two different aspects that he does in his mind, that okay, fine, I am losing the game by 4 goals, but I need to basically reset and come back into this game and play the best FC that I can. That's the only way he brings out his best game and gives Jahan a challenge. Otherwise, Jahan is just going to keep the ball, he'll keep scoring more goals, and then basically it's just pretty much out of Kabir's reach after that point.
Well, it surely will be an interesting one from here on because knowing both these players, they are still going to attack. It's not going to be one of those games where Jahan likes to just keep the possession with himself, try to run down the clock for the longest of the time, just try to score the least amount of goals possible, keeping the possession statistics on his favor. Because seeing the play style, it is more likely they still want to outscore each other. And Jahan, he surely needs to maintain that efficiency of the first game, especially when it's coming to the play switching and defending. Because for Kabir, he surely has a chance because in FC 26 the scoreline and a differential of 4 to 5 goals does not even matter in one leg. We have seen players turn it around in one leg all by itself in the past in these qualifiers itself. So Kabir still have a chance. But let's see if Jahan is able to shut him out.
Yeah, I think that is just gonna be a situation where John is gonna be very professional about it. He can take his time to sort of hold on to the ball and make gaps open up in Kabir's defense because he'll be pressing out so aggressively. However, Kabir and Jahan, if you compare the experience, Jahan has had more tournament experience than Kabir. Jahan has played more LAN events than Kabir has. And even though Kabir recently won a tournament offline. As you were mentioning earlier, I think it's more about the fact that when you're playing on Ultimate Team, when you're playing against the likes of Jahan, who's basically been playing a lot of online Ultimate Team tournaments, I think it just comes down to how Kabir is able to bring out his best game. And of course, as we wait to start for the second leg, I think I'm just still going to come back to the topic and take your views on the same as well. Oh, there we go. The game has started. So we'll come back to the Aditya Chadda and Rohit J. Abraham conversation later. But guys, this is the second leg of the first quarterfinals that is being played in the Stairs UVA EA FC 26 qualifier number 10, which is the last qualifier. After this, we will know who the top 6 players are from the ranking system. Jahan straight up with R9, attacks inside, goes for the first goal. Great block there from Kabir, who's playing from right to left in that yellow kit, chasing 4 goals at this point. Can he make it 3 though? But this Arsenal defense that Jahan is playing, pretty interesting though, isn't it, Spartus? Gabriel and Saliba.
Yep. It is one of those bulky defenders that you hate to face. Because just right now, the 11 triangle was almost Super Saliba being strong and fast at the same time. Wins the ball back, but this time around, Kabir still opens up a chance. Goalkeeper has to just stretch his arm out to make a big save, but a player lock harder, another one. I believe it is Donnarumma making a crazy saves out there. And Kabir, it looks like he wants to get one back, but again, has been intercepted.
Yeah, corner after corner, honestly, and that just increases your chances of getting a goal back. And honestly, I think at this point of time where we see where these corners are so effective, all these players have sort of mastered it, not just to be able to score them. I think Spartas, there came a time when only the goals were going in from these corners every single time you initiate that entire sequence of corners, you are able to get that goal because it's very difficult to defend it. But I think now these players have figured out a way to defend as well by going into the player roles and managing the assignments given to these players to be able to stop them. But that's a chance for Jahan. Too much space in the back line of Kabir. Somehow manages to get away with it.
Now, Kabir keeping possession for quite some time. Flint finds the position back to Saar, but not the fastest out there. Although foul has been committed, a free kick, and from this range, if someone has a silver dead ball, the ball might fly in the back of the net. Flint takes a strike, and yep, she scores the opener. A very much required goal for Nay for Life. He strikes back inside, gets one back on the board.
That's an incredible goal. I mean, he did not even shoot where the defender was standing, to be honest. He just whips it through the first player on the wall. And I can only imagine, Spartus, the real footballer in me. I was just thinking if that ball was to hit that guy's head, how much painful that would be. But nonetheless, what a technique to be able to hit that shot and score. Because now it's come to a point where the difference is just 3 goals, and we are only 20 minutes, almost 20 minutes into the game. Jahan has had a couple of chances, but he has to capitalize on them. R9 does a player log, goes for a shot, and that's a great equalizer there. Look at the composure. Brings the difference back to 4 goals once again. Jahan, fantastic goal indeed. The composure he showed from R9 to play that extra pass was just incredible.
Left stick dribbling, the skill cancel, they are just flowing perfectly well. And now R9 with the knockdown run, trying to just lead the line ahead. Dumone trying to keep the possession, just not too strong. Loses it out back to Flint, and now Harder. Just trying to keep the ball. Find the striker, and now a perfect pass, and Sar should be able to score this one out. A low driven, finds the back of the net, and Kabir has finally taken one more back. A deficit
Yeah,
of still 3 goals. It needs to be turned around.
Yeah, fantastic goal indeed to be able to have that composure to not just recycle the ball to the striker once, to see a run going forward as a dummy, not forcing that pass, holding the ball with the striker and then looking for the winger to make that pass to Sar. Great finish as well. And as you rightly said, Spartus. Oh my goodness, once again, Jahan. Somehow Dumornay just wriggles through. I mean, I was not expecting that pass to go through in the first place. But Jahan has made a comeback immediately twice after Kabir has scored 2 goals from almost kickoff. I think the first one was kickoff. The second one was still pretty close to when Kabir scored the goal. I think the deficit is now back to 4 goals. And Kabir, as much as he's playing a lot better this time, Jahan still has been able to get those goals back.
Yep, especially with the way he's using Dumone right now. I'm not sure how these passing lanes are being opened up, how Dumone is making such good spaces now, and the play logs have been incredibly at the right time. The timing on them, and now just look at that R9 player. That man is almost finding the space in the final third. Has been called offside, but the intent, the passing, the play log, everything has been just how we imagine them to be.
Yeah, with that being said, I think Dumornay is that kind of a player. We'll have to see if Jahan goes through ahead in this tournament to see how she does against other players. But she's been fantastic indeed. And the way it's just her body type, isn't it? Like every single time you have the ball, the left stick dribbling is incredible. She just wriggles through, doesn't waste a lot of time compared to R9, for example, who's going to take some time to dribble around players, even though his card's been upgraded. But Dumornay, that low center of gravity, just see how small she is on the pitch. At least that's how it comes across. And what a player, though. Here's Di Maria going for a finesse, blocked by the header of the centre back. My goodness. Didn't even reach the goalkeeper. Kabir is literally getting away with these blocks from time to time. We've seen it in the first leg as well.
Yeah, but now again, Kabir. Oh, another thriller attempt. But a big save from the goalkeeper, and Jahan. He has to thank Donnarumma a lot because the amount of saves Donnarumma has made in the first half, it is huge. Although the scoreline can be in either one of them's favor, but the goalkeepers are definitely making the game a little bit easier for Jahan right now because these 3 saves from Donnarumma were short goals, but right now the scoreline is still 2-2.
Yeah, and I think even though the scoreline is 2-2 in this particular leg, I think it's all about Kabir having to realize that the first half of the second leg is almost over and he's still down by 4 goals. So now all he has is one half and a few minutes of the first half to be able to get those 4 goals back. It doesn't matter what the scoreline is in this one, it's the aggregate score that counts, and Jahan is up by 4 goals. So Kabir really has to do better here. Again, a through ball, Jahan. If he manages to score that, that will pretty much. Oof, R9 somehow manages to turn around the defender every single time using his physique over there. This is Kabir's last chance of this half. Manages to play a through ball. Jahan very well defended. He's probably going to look for that last attack now. He's pushing it. Hangs on. Gives the ball away to Kabir. Wins a free kick as well. And now, if this gets in, then Kabir has 3 goals to look at in the second half, which is much better than the current scenario. Although this is too far out for him to score a direct free kick like he did earlier on in this particular match. But can he make something out of this? He's going to have to be direct. Tries to force it through. Gets the ball, Kabir. Still manages to have it and misses. My God, that was a chance that could have changed the entire game, and Kabir losing composure, as you can see on his face as well, which is why we have these face cams to see their reactions. So organic. Spartus, what do you have to think about that? Like, that should have definitely gone in for Kabir.
Oh, And it's not the fact that he chose a low driven or something like that, but Donnarumma has been incredible. Because I believe even if a regular shot Donnarumma might have saved it, because the way Donnarumma is performing in this game, it's got to be very annoying for Kabir Chetli. Another chance missed. Four goals could have been scored for Kabir, but Donnarumma is keeping him in the game. And now Jahan, right from the kickoff, is able to defend it out. And now releasing his counter attack, finds Inaki, gets intercepted.
Yeah, I think Kabir now has to go all out. Has a chance. Oh my goodness, Jahan just getting away with that. I think he just dribbled a little bit more with the goalkeeper than he should have. Has a chance now. Kabir plays a through ball. Has to be very careful with his passing. Harder now. Looking for a cutback pass. Defender was right in that place. Jahan having no trouble whatsoever to defend that. But if you see, Kabir's been winning the ball a lot more ever since the second half of the second leg has been starting. So I think he's showing confidence despite the fact that he's down by 4 goals.
Right now, I guess that is the only approach he has available. That's the only way he can play it out in the one half. Because he still needs 4 goals to make a comeback. And as things stand, things just are not looking that good. He's been in the position, just unable to convert them into clear-cut chances. Jahan, he has been really good in the entirety of the 2 legs. But in the second one, Kabir, although he looks like a better player, but the scoreline still favors Jahan Khan.
Yeah, and as you can see, Jahan is probably having a conversation with his coach or probably a friend who's sitting and sort of helping him out with the game as well. He's making these decisions at this point of time, knowing that this game will secure his qualification. And it's not just the qualification, to come back to this topic as well, Spartus. It's morely about your seeding as well. Because, mind you, in the top 8, when the grand finale happens, your seeding will be considered from these rankings as well. So, Jahan, the higher up he goes in this tournament, the better it is for him to not face the top 2, top 3, top 4 players as well, as a matter of fact. So it all depends upon the final rankings that he can get to. And if he, the way that he played last time, he lost out in the finals to Aditya, if he manages to do well, here's a chance now. Dumorne! And that is the insurance goal probably that Jahan needed. That extends the lead to 5 goals now in terms of the aggregate. With 60 minutes on the clock, Kabir has very less time to get these goals back unless he goes out all aggressive. He's not been able to find any spaces through the center. All he's had to do has been to sort of rely on the first time through balls or maybe some wing play, because Jahan most of the time has been able to shut him down through the center. It's not always, every time he tries that through ball, Jahan is right on top of it with his centre backs.
Oh, wow. What a ball. Back to Demono. What a player locked to Inaki, and he will surely score this one home. Crazy ball to find R9, and then a player locked to Inaki Williams as well. Kabir, he is just phenomenal today. Or rather, Jahan Khan. Because these 4 goals, they just came in a blink of an eye. Second half looks like, yeah, it can go in Kabir's favor, but Jahan is like, nah, I'm not taking any of those. I am the better player and I will prove it to you. 4-2 in the second leg, 6-2 in the first one, and with 30 more minutes remaining, it looks like Jahan is going to create another big of a scoreline.
Yeah, I think what Jahan has been trying to do is to basically, put a statement out over there that I am not here to just qualify. I am here to win it all, and I'm here to give that competition to all the big names in the scene. That's another chance for Kabir being blocked. But Jahan has been impressive for the last 2 qualifiers, I must say. He's worked really hard. Behind the scenes, he plays a lot of practice matches to be able to execute the things that he's doing in this game. It all comes down to now being composed. Look at him. Game management, keeping the ball, not losing out of possession. Kabir's been pressing him so much, so aggressively, just to get the ball back. But Jahan has not slipped up even once. As when I say that, the commentator's curse part is always coming into play.
I wish we have a counter for it now. Again, Kabir just trying to build something from the scratch. Saliba, he's just so ever present. He is everywhere on the pitch. Wins it out, keeps the possession, finding the players ahead, and Jahan is not rushing any of his passes. Finds Dumont with the header, although loses the possession on the first touch, but still ends up giving up a throw in. With just less than 15 minutes to be played, the game is already settled, and it is Jahan Khan who will make his way ahead. And Kabir Jaitley, despite the fact he was one of the most promising talents, he's gonna miss out on the top six.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that I feel bad for Kabir. He's been phenomenal. He's been a top player. And unfortunately, this will be the end to his journey because Rohit, after winning his fixture against Aditya, has confirmed his spot. And I think, given the fact that he is going to the next round, just goes to show that he is confirming either he will be the third or the fourth, even if he loses in the semi finals. That's another chance for Jahan and takes it, extends the lead by 3 goals from this particular leg and the 4 from the first. So, I mean, I think it's just it's impossible now, obviously, mathematically as well, for Kabir to make a comeback into this game. And as I go back to the points table once again, Rohit was sitting at 325, Kabir was at 335, a 10-point difference. Now, Kabir, given the fact that he'll only be getting 25 points, he will be finishing at best at 360, whereas Rohit has already secured a minimum of 45 points after his result, even if he finishes fourth. So, with that goal that being scored by Kabir, unfortunately, won't be making a difference. And mathematically, Kabir Jaitley is out of this tournament. Commiserations to him. He played really well. But Jahan, I mean, fantastic way for Jahan to actually go ahead and score this, and that's it. I think they've had enough, and as you can see, 5-3 from this and 6-2, which of course makes it an aggregate score of how much would that be, Spartus? 11,
11 goals, yeah.
11
A
goals that he
scoreline where
scored.
I kind of thought that the match will be a little bit more closer. A scoreline will be on a better side. But the
Yeah.
way Jahan has defended in the entire game, the switching, the anticipation of the passes, just running down the players on the side of Kabir, and Kabir had no space whatsoever in the first leg. Although he started the second leg quite strongly, he was looking in shape, he was looking confident, but it didn't last out really well because Devone, out of nowhere, found some crazy passes and got the scoreline back in Jahan's favor.
Yeah, I think the way Jahan played today was a very, a comprehensive approach towards the game. He did not slip up at any point of this time in the game. There was not a moment where there was only a 2 goal difference and he was just giving goals away. Yes, everyone makes mistakes in a game of FC. You might just be able to sort of, not bring out defensively the best game for the entirety of those 15 minutes in game. But with that being said, I think there's a lot we can talk about later on, but we have our focus on the next big game now. The second quarterfinals of the day on the stream is between none other than Saransh Jain and Vanchot Sharma. Again, a top tier game. Both these pro players have played at the highest level in India and outside of India. For example, Saransh has played for the national team countless number of times, played at the World Cup, 2 times FGS champion, 2 time EISL champion. Vanchot Sharma, of course, winning some of the biggest national tournaments within the circuit and finishing in the top 4 as well in the EISL. So I think with how things have gone for both these players in their journeys, and both of them are still very young, it is going to be quite the matchup that we're looking forward to. Because when we talk about the points table, which is open in front of me, and if we could just go back to the points graphic actually and show the viewers as well as to what's happening here between these two while we wait for them to set up the game, is that Saransh is sitting at 410 points, Vanchaj is sitting at 370. So if Saransh is able to beat Vanchaj, that definitely confirms his not just his second spot, by the way, but he could even go above Charanjot if he manages to win that. And that will be insane, Spartus, because I think
Yes.
from what we've realized, CJ has always been on the top, not even once, but towards the end of it, the seeding could actually differentiate, if you can see here. And Aditya, having lost out at 400 points, the maximum he will get is 25. So his final results will be 425. One judge, I mean, it's literally up to him for honestly, because if you see right now, there's the only way that one judge can go up against Aditya, like above Aditya, is to be able to beat Saransh, and that will confirm him to be at a higher seed for the national final. So this is going to be very interesting going forward.
Oh, surely. And I'm just thinking how many points can actually Vanshich take from here? Will be able to defeat Saransh or not? Because in the past, Vanshich has showcased some really classic FC26 where he keeps the possession, he tries to dribble out the players, he just makes sure he remains on the top. But now, the way Saransh has performed in the last few qualifiers, he looks like he is getting back in shape. He's looking like he's getting in the form that he has been into. So being in the top 8 might give him like 450 points, but Saransh also is not the easiest of players to face against. But how the match will go and who will come out on top, we'll find all that out right after a very short break. Welcome back, everyone. Right after a very short break to the Steers YUVA EA FC 26 last qualifiers. It is qualifier number 10, and we are moving ahead in the semi-final stages. And for the first one, we have Vanshus taking on Saransh, two of the veteran players of the scene, taking against each other to better the seedings for the land finale.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a massive fixture for the both of them. As we've seen, both of them are qualified. They don't have to worry about not being able to qualify for the top six. So they are secure that way for sure. However, though, it is about the seeding. So if you qualify as the first seed, you will be playing the eighth player who's going to be qualifying from the other qualifier that's going to take place. And more information about that will follow up in the coming week. However, if you finish second, you'll be playing the seventh, third plays the sixth, so on and so forth. So for these players, the seeding will be important to avoid each other in the first fixture itself, which will be for a massive prize pool of 1 lakh INR. So that's crazy indeed. I think it's a good platform. Once again, thanks to Stairs for putting out this system in place for players to get that game time on a regular basis, to have a competitive structure, and to give yuva, which means youth, the opportunity to perform. And most of the players, if you see here, apart from the veterans that are in the mix, are the likes of Jahan Khan, Rohit J. Ibrahim, Kabir Jaitley, also very close, Aman Jaitley. We've discovered some incredible players throughout the course of these 6 months we've had our tournament running. So thank you so much for that. To ZTM as well for being the community partners and amplifying this event at the massive scale where more and more people in India could participate. And of course, to Sportscast India for being the production partners and bring all that live action to you so that we can even see the new haircut of Spartus, which I notice every single time that I come on the live stream. But with that being said, Spartus, I'll let you take over the fixture. We've seen these two players playing against each other multiple times, even within this tournament and otherwise. Who do you think is winning this one?
I think it's going to be really close, but I still believe it is going to be Saransh who will come out on top. Last few qualifiers, I was like, yeah, he might not be in the touch. Saransh is not as updated with the game and how the things are working out. But in the eighth one, the way Saransh has performed, he showcased what he is capable of. The old vintage touch of Saransh was back. He was switching really well. He was looking like he has grinded the game, has given the game enough time to be in the best shape again. And taking on Vanshaj is not an easy task, but the way Saransh knows how to control the entirety of the game, I believe that he is the one who is going to the grand finals.
All right, then I think Saransh is the front runner, I would say, for this particular fixture, as I would agree with you that he's been phenomenal in the last qualifiers. However, the One Church is a tricky fixture. When One Church gets going, especially with his left stick dribbling and the way that he defends, sits back and uses his CMs to defend, it can actually cause a lot of problems to score, though, for a lot of players to score goals against him, because he gets very compact. And it'll be interesting to see with Saransh the way that he's able to create his chances and find those gaps. I've never actually understood, I mean, I have, but it's been always different with Saransh. He always comes up with different ways of attacking. If you see Jahan, there's a certain way of attacking. There's a certain way of attacking with what Kabir plays, what Aman plays. And when you have the likes of Aditya also sometimes playing very direct. However, with Saransh, he just mixes it up every single time. So it'll be interesting to see how he's able to create different patterns against the likes of One Church, who likes to defend with that compact structure compared to the likes of Aditya and Jahan and probably everyone else who defends a certain way which looks pretty open, pressing aggressively, stepping out with the centre backs. We don't really see Vanshaj do that a lot. He tends to sit back and defend. So I think it'll be an interesting fixture for us to see as we are waiting for these players to kick off in the next 1 minute or so. So I think, however, though, Spartus, I will come back to this. I feel Vanshaj could nick this through this time. It's not because you're going with Saransh. I just feel One Church can be tricky at times. And I think today is the day. I think he'll probably be getting this win against Saransh and changing the table and probably going up against him in the seeding.
It can be possible since we know these players are not something new to the community. They are the ones who have been running the FC scene for at least 5 years in a row now. They have been in the top five of every tournament they participate in. So the fixture is definitely going to be very close, but it will also boil down to what type of squads they are running. Because in team of the season, you have a variety of options, but also how do you align your players the play style? Some people like to have a lengthy left mid, while there are players who prefer someone who is more agile on the ball. All that perspective do come into matter, and in the formations as well. So many players have shifted from the 4-5-1 to a 4-4-1-1 now, whereas it was only Saransh who was still using 4-4-2 for the majority time of the year.
Yeah, and I think that 4-4-2 is something that really interests me. As I said, like I think the way that he defends, and now, given the fact that post the changes, the updates, we have been seeing the 4-2-2 also being come into play. So a lot of players have been playing the 4-2-2 as well. So that gives you that stability of using the two CDMs and not just the CMs. That makes a massive difference defensively, I feel. With the two cams also coming in narrow, I think it's not easy to attack through the center unless you're really good at transitioning the play from one side to the other. So it all comes down to how they play. I think whatever we talk about right now, we shall only be seeing these situations implement once these players start. But I do really feel though that I think it's perfectly poised, Pardis, for what promises to be a cracker of a top eight, because these six players that are going to qualify this particular fixture is something that can definitely repeat in the nationals as well. And with the likes of Charanjot, Saransh, Vanshaj, Aditya Chadda, these four players, the amount of game time they've had against each other is incredible. And now that Jahan is also in the mix, this could be his first big national championship that he's going to be a part of, in which he actually stands a chance with the way that he's playing. We saw it in the PlayStation India Cup when we were casting. Jahan did not look to the best of his game, even though he did qualify. But here, I think the way that he's playing has increased his chances a lot more. So yeah, it just all depends upon how these players playing against each other, and we're just waiting for the kickoff to happen, because the seeding is what matters to the both of them, nothing else at this point of time. Of course, the pride, the glory, all you want to talk about, everyone wants to win, but the seeding is what will matter for the national finals.
Yeah, that's the bigger picture that they are focusing on, since being in the top two will kind of guarantee you a slot ahead, since you will be facing the lowest of the pack. So that makes things interesting. If we see there is no big shot coming into the seventh or eighth position in national finals, well, we will move to that position. But as things stand, the thing is, right now, the way the game has been developed around Saransh and Vanshaj, the way you defend is pretty much the same, except the fact that the bruiser has been slightly nerfed out. So you need a strong physicality to use the bruiser in short. That is something that we need to look out. Let's see how will Saransh will come out on top and how will Vanshaj will defend him out. Because both these players have played each other a lot of times and the results have been left and right from either one of them. But today, as for the result, it really boils down to who is more ready for the fixture all in all.
Yeah, I think it's the way both these players are preparing for this tournament week in, week out. I think they're definitely ready for what's going to be a cracker of a game. It's just that we're waiting for these two to set up the stream once again, as we had some technical issues over there. But I think whoever wins this match, in my opinion at least, is definitely the contender for winning this entire fixture, to be honest with you, because the winner of this will be playing Vivan Sinha, who's a new player in the scene, and he has not played any of the qualifiers before. However, he has gotten a bye against Aman, so we don't know how he plays, we don't know how his game looks like, and he could be a surprising factor. He could be facing the wrath of all these pro players. So, with the fixtures that I have it in front of me, as you all saw as well, the winner of this will be playing Vivan, and most likely, from what we know, one of them will be moving on to the finals. However, the other side, Rohit versus Johan, that is a fixture that is probably more important for me than the finals as well, because that again has a massive impact on the seedings of the tournament now that Kabir is out of this particular top six race.
Well, surely it will be a fun game to watch since Rohit is someone who just defeated Aditya Chadha, so things are definitely going in his favor at least for today. So that will be a fun game as well. But right now it is Saransh taking on Vanshaj, and as for the lineup, we can see some new faces with Asonsio and McTominay making it to the starting 11 for some of the players.
Yeah, pretty interesting though. That being said, we will discuss about the squad updates and the Hullet that we see in Saransh's team. He's back. Saransh is playing from left to right in the white kit, whereas Vanchurch, apologies, is playing from right to left in the black kit. And interesting squad choice, as you said. His wire on the ball. You just see numbers on top of the players, and I think that is something that always gives me an ick, Spartus.
Yeah.
That being
Uh-uh.
said, that is
Okay.
offside. Yeah,
That's awesome.
but yeah, with
But
that being
yeah, I'm
said,
not sure why some players prefer either their PlayStation name or something like a number on the player shop. I always prefer the name of the player I'm controlling. So it lets me know who is the player. It just feels better overall. I'm not sure what the reason is for them, but yeah, the name always
yeah,
looks good. But I think some serious changes being made. And they're
I
actually
was
switching.
hoping.
If you see that, Loki, he
Yeah,
switched to gold side rather than classic.
yeah. I mean that's interesting though. I never changed that myself. I've always been used to the classic way, and everyone I think has a different way of having their game settings being put into place. But that being said, both the players have not changed the numbers to being the names, so we'll just have to accept that and see who is what, because Hullet is definitely looking like Hullet. Everyone else, of course, any new player that we might not know, of course, that's Pavlovich, but there are so many players that the viewers might not understand, but we'll take you through it. But Saranj this time has a chance to attack, tries to wriggle the ball through, and again, see that thing that I was talking about, one church there, Spartus, that he just doesn't give a lot of space in the middle. And that's his through ball. That's the first chance. One church goes for the finesse. He gets the first goal. Igor Thiago from Brentford has got the first goal. Interesting card from team of the season, to be honest with you. And he is playing out wide for one judge.
I guess he is like out of position maybe on that because I believe that Igor Thiago does not have a winger play style in India and he is playing right wing. And it is Asensio who is playing the striker though. The roles have been swapped between a natural right winger to a striker. And whatever the case is, but it is surely working out for Akaza. He opened the scoring, but now with Moreno just trying to dribble out finds Hullet and Saransh taking things slowly, trying to just dribble ahead, but cannot keep the ball any longer.
Yeah, there's a lot of space in Saranch's defense, which is concerning right now because one judge had the chance to play it on the left wing as well, but stuck to side of Igor Thiago once again. Saranch defending it well, but look at One Church's defense. He's been so compact, and this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. It's just too difficult to break One Church's defense when he gets going again. Igor Thiago is in a position to make something out of it. Saranch defends that really well by the book. Counter
Another
attack
driven
chance
pass.
as
Oh,
well.
the first time. Is it onside? Yeah, it is, but a big save. A big save coming in. It was almost a 1-1 with the goalkeeper, but the finishing just not the best out there. But now with a short corner, Vaishaj is trying to get one more, and the saver finds the midfielder, but Hullet is there for the interception.
Yeah. Once again, shut down very well. Pretty close knit game now, it seems, even though One Church has had a couple of good chances. Saranch's defense is now looking compact compared to how it started off. It's no breakthrough there, is it? Even right now, look at One Church just bringing back his sentiments, not even touching his centre backs up until this point. That is offside. That's very smart defending, though. He did select his centre back, but knowing that the player is offside, he didn't select him and taking back. He just stood his ground. One more chance. But the goalkeeper, massive save that.
I think the goalkeepers are the MVPs for so many of these players. Donnarumma has been incredible. Buffon has been incredible. But now Saransh is looking for the opening, keeping the ball a lot longer than expected with James. He's dribbling out, finds Moreno in the process. Does not have enough options to recycle the ball, has to run by the byline and attempting a cutback with Upamecano in your face is just not going to happen.
Yeah, just not enough space for Saranj to build through it. One Judge now plays a nice through ball that is onside. Igor Thiago plays it inwards. He has to be careful here with the passes. One Judge tries to dribble through, goes for a finesse. That's quite an animation from the goalkeeper there. Ball was nowhere near to that hand, but the goalkeeper somehow still manages to save those when it actually comes down to them. As you said rightly, they are the MVPs because they save some incredible chances which can win you games. And we've seen at the highest level, not just in India as well. See it any big tournament, the goalkeeper movement, even though it's been nerfed, Spartus, it still comes in very handy. I feel the goalkeepers have been sort of buffed at these close range shots. If I have to put it that way, it's not easy unless you take a proper low driven shot across the goal with the right angle. You'll not be able to score those goals. At least that's what I've noticed ever since the last update. So goalkeepers absolutely crucial in FC26 right now.
Oh, for sure. And especially if you have players with high reactions on them, something like a Donnarumma, Buffon, and Olivier Kahn. These guys are incredible with the play styles, but right now what is incredible is the left stick dribbling from Vanshaj. Just turns inside out the entirety of the defense with a card who is least used in the entire pro scene. The Real Madrid player where takes the shot all by herself, dribbling from the midfield to the finish of the goal. And Saransh, he was just watching the play build up.
Yeah, Saranj couldn't do much indeed once he started to do that R1 dribbling and then converted that into the left stick and went for that chance. Saranj tries to do something, but just this entire half has been one Judge dominating, and it will give him one more chance now to do something about it. Loses the ball. Saranj gets somehow inside. Great bit of skill move there. And that is the first goal for Saranj. Capitalizes on your mistake. That is exactly what you don't do. And this is a moment for Vanshaj to reflect that to try and get the third goal by rushing it out because of the first half stoppage time running out. He lost the ball. You can see the frustration on his face that he was comfortable with just one shot for Saranj until before this. And he scored in that one shot he's taken. So I think that's the game that you're seeing of Vanshaj, even though he's made that mistake. He has been pretty good. But one goal right before halftime can change everything, the entire course of this particular leg and maybe even the second leg. Because Saransh has got that confidence he needed by just getting that icebreaker of a goal.
Yeah. And now, by the look of things, straight from the kickoff, was he got offside? Yeah, he was. A perfect kickoff routine, almost giving him the goal as well to just begin things off in the second half. Saransh a bit fortunate there, just catching the player offside. And right now, the possession will swap hand. Partially went diagonals the ball back. A red pick, by the way. The luck has been working out, but is Hullet onside? I'm not sure though.
Yeah, I mean, Saranj has to try those runs from Hullet as well. We've seen Saranj using Hullet a certain way. He always likes to play with him. He's always cutting those passing lanes off, but attacking wise, there's a lot of potential in Hullet. But Vanshaj now has a chance. Looks for that extra pass, being bodied away nicely by Thuram, but losing the ball right there. And Marco Asensio. What a player to have back in the spotlight. And you as a Madrid fan would know a lot more about this player, Spartus, than I will. But he's back in the mix with that Team of the Season card. And he's got that third goal for Vanshaj, which makes it difficult for Saranj. Could be the fourth as well. Cut back inside. And Asensio does it again.
A brace already. 2 touches on the ball and both have been the most incredible ones. Vanshaj, he was trailing in terms of possession, in terms of build-up in the second half, but these back-to-back chances just turn the course of the game, but an advanced roulette from Saransh gets one back. Saransh was just caught lacking in the earlier attacking structures, but now finally gets one back. But the score line still 4-2 in favor of Vanshaj Sharma.
Yeah, I mean, Saranj, great goal to be honest. I mean, that definitely gives him the chance to come back into this leg itself, let alone be the entire fixture. But the way One Church has been playing has been phenomenal up until this goal that he conceded. Because you can let one mistake slide. You know, when you're playing this well, to concede the first goal the way that he did, that's okay. I mean, you pat on your back and you move along. But when you are in a situation where the difference is 2 goals now, and the fact that Saranj has actually scored a great goal with that advanced roulette, Vanshaj will have to try and outscore, and he cannot just sit back and wait for the time to pass by. He has to go for those attacks, and he's exactly trying to do that. Because once you get those couple of goals, you know, Spartus, you get that confidence, and Saranj is all about that. He loves to pick up on the mental side of the player and utilize it to his best effect. And we can clearly see the difference. Saranj getting into that box a lot more. Vanshaj making these mistakes as well, which could actually cost him later on. Saranj, one more chance, goes across. Actually, it's near post, and Lauren James bangs one in. Right on top of the goalkeeper, though. And exactly what I was saying, Spartus. The confidence that you need, the loss of focus of Vanshaj is the reason why we see the scoreline going from 2-0 to 1-3 to going from 1-4 for Saranj.
Oh, but
And,
now
well,
a failed offside trap and another mistake from Saraj at the back lines. Offside trap a bit too early there. This did not work out the way Saraj anticipated it to be. Another goal given as a freebie, and now Vanshaj is trying to capitalize with even more attempts. A power shot. Getting close again and again.
pretty interesting indeed. I mean, this match has been really good. Saranj with the almost comeback into the game, playing really well now. Whereas Vanshaj, as direct as he gets, Saranj's defense hasn't been the best. Even if it's been composed enough to create those attacking chances, now you can see him have more control of possession and how he's dictating the play. But when it comes to the directness and effectiveness of One Church, he's been able to do with that, and his goal speaks for it. Every single time he goes forward, he looks like a threat. That's one of those chances. Igor Thiago is going to try and cut inside, manages to body away. Van Dijk gets inside. Couple of passes there. Weir, what can she do? Great step up from reach to get that ball. Saranj plays that through ball out. Can Mulos do something in this position? He's being extremely composed. Hullet not getting any space whatsoever. Twisting and turning outside the box. Pavlovic now plays it to Mulos. Cuts inside. And Vanshaj did really well to stop this particular wave of attack, because look at the time, Spartus. It's 80th minute, and this was a crucial attack for Saranj. Vansh has done a very good job in order to stop that.
Yeah, the switching, the player positioning, everything has been phenomenal, and Vanshaj is not putting a foot wrong right now. Has been unfortunate with conceding 1 or 2 goals on the back lines, but now Vanshaj is keeping up the ball, and now even in the attack, the patience is just top tier, and now he finds the space, another attempt. But the best of the angles there. Will earn the corner. He will take his shot. Just trying to run by the byline, have some players to pass on to. Just still keeping the ball. Gets up ahead, but Due putting in the shift. Wins the ball back for Saranj.
Yeah, that was very good defending from Saranj. He had to step in with the centre back. That's his chance now. Musiala, 85th minute. Nice ball roll, scoop turn, twisting and turning. Look at the amount of chances that are being created with the player runs from this dribbling. Looks for a cutback inside. Great defending there by Vanshaj, just standing at the perfect place to stop that dangerous wave of attack from Saranj. 88th minute. Vanshaj on the ball. Can he get something out of this? Plays that pass but offside. Saranj though, Spartus still has a couple of minutes to do something about this particular game. Release this leg and take one back from Vanshaj.
Another pass, just trying to go ahead. But yeah, Saransh will not have the last attack right now. It is going to be one shot and he might lose on the ball. Still wins it back with a rebound. There could be a possibility of increasing the score line back to 3 goals. Saransh just trying to defend it to perfection, trying to win the ball back. The defenders get beaten out. One shot, just keeping the ball a little longer. 93rd minute, despite the fact it was just a +1 and one shot. Almost on the brink of scoring the sixth. Wins a corner. And despite it is already a 94th minute that we are into, the referee is still not blowing up the whistle. Finally, it also 3 minutes of stoppage time, and it's Vanshaj who will retain his lead 5-3.
Yeah, I mean, incredible ending to this game. To be very honest with you, there's a thing in this game as well that if you hold on to the ball in the box for some time, even if it's 90+1, the referee will not blow the whistle unless you actually convert that chance, either take a shot or it goes a little further away from the box. And that's exactly what happened. As soon as he made the pass to outside of the box during recycling, Vanshaj, that whistle was blown. Had he kept the ball just over there and looked for a shot, that could have actually gone in. So, interesting how he took all his time to, sort of build that attack. He still has a goal of two leads. Saranch, though, two goals is not a big problem for him. But if you see that it's not been easy for him to create chances for Saranch. I mean, he's not been able to play the best way that he can, where he imposes his attack on the opponent, where he has multiple avenues of scoring against you. At this point of time, there's only seems to be one, and one should just been shutting them down really well and getting the goals with his unique style of left stick dribbling and direct approach of the way that he plays.
Well, we still have one more like to be played now, and I am not sure what to expect from that matchup because both the players have showcased how well they are able to keep the possession, able to convert the chances. But for Vanshaj, things have been a little bit better, especially with the way he is dribbling around. The goal from where was entirely left stick and then turning with an R1, just switching with an L1 dribble, keeping the ball for quite some time. And Saransh was always just marking those passing lanes. Didn't anticipate the player just running down straight to the defender and scoring the goal. So things are working out for Vanshaj, but Saransh, if he is able to read those things out, the 3 goal difference can be turned around as well.
Yeah, it can be. And I think it's just a two-goal deficit, to be honest with you. And that is pretty much nothing in a game of FC 26, as we've seen it in the past. Part is that we've seen comebacks of 4, 5 goals, even 6 goals, as a matter of fact, over one leg. That despite not being a 9-minute half game, we have seen that happening in a 6-minute half game as well, which lasts for about 15 minutes in total. And I think it's just not enough to have that lead. That two-goal lead is always something up for discussion, even for all the viewers watching this, and Spartus, you as well. Every time in champs, when you're up by 2 goals, you know that this is scary territory. You know that you have to cross this hurdle. You have to score 3, 4 goals to be comfortable, because any time the difference is two, that means something could go wrong against you in that particular game. So I think these players are well aware of that, even in tournament games.
That is something that makes them the best out there. But now, with just one more leg to be played, this will decide the future of them in terms of the standings for the top six. Because if Saransh is able to make a comeback, he might even challenge the top spot of Charanjot. But if not, Vanshaj might just get onto, I believe, at least second or third position with if he's able to win the entire qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, anything can happen in terms of the point system as well. Because right now, if one church manages to win this fixture, he's guaranteeing himself a spot above Saransh, most likely. Because if you calculate, Saransh will be having, if he loses, it's 410. And if he gets about, say, 25 points, that'll make it 435 for him. Whereas one church is sitting at 370. I mean, it won't guarantee him, but yeah, I think there is quite a high possibility that if he wins the semifinals, which it is against Vivan, which we'll have to see, then he will be confirming his spot above not just Aditya, but above Saransh as well. So this fixture holds a lot of value for Vanshaj, at least this particular leg, and getting this win. But but nonetheless, with that being said, all right, guys, we are back for the Stairs YUVA EA FC 26 qualifier number 10, and this is going to be the second leg of the quarterfinals number 2 between Saransh Jain and Vanshaj Sharma. The first leg, Vanshaj won 5-3, and that was quite the game with Saransh missing chances here and there. Vanshaj also missing quite a lot of one-on-ones. The difference of that aggregate score could have been massive there, Spartus, if those would have gone in.
And even the goalkeepers have been putting up a really good shift. The Donnarumma saves from the side of Saransh made sure that the scoreline is not bigger than just 2 goals margin. 5-3 is a scoreline where you can think, yeah, it is quite much possible to make a comeback in the next one. But the way both the players are playing, it is definitely going to be a very close matchup. The way Vanshaj has been dribbling around with where especially the R1 dribbles have been pretty much difficult for Saransh to stop them out. Upamecano has been putting a really good shift, and the compactness on the back lines is pretty hard for Saransh to break it through.
Yeah, it really is. And I think that's the thing. I think something that I mentioned at the start of the fixture as well, that One Church likes to play with a compact defense, unlike that of Saranch's, which is pretty wide open. But Saranch has his ways of defending that way as well. Pretty aggressive, known for his manual pressing the way that he does, always has been the case with him ever since he started competing. One Church, on the other hand, likes to track back a lot with the centre mids and then go in for those tackles whenever necessary. So I think that makes it a lot more difficult for Saranch. He'll have to use more of his hullet to get inside the box as we sort of give you guys a preview of what's to come for the second leg. And this game is not just for that qualification. Both the players are qualified in the top six. They're happy with that, but it's more about the seeding, most importantly. But of course, for the pride and the results that you want to get for your own self in tournaments with the stature of these. So I think it's going to be an interesting fixture, Spartus, this one, because the winner of this will be playing the new player that we're seeing this time, Vivan Sinha. And I believe that if we have to take that aspect into consideration, where he's not surprisingly a great player, or if he's just someone who's going to be playing against the pros for the first time, I think it's a clear run through for either if it's going to be Saranch or Vanch until the finals, and that way you're securing at least 80 points, if not 105. So I think it's a massive fixture nonetheless for the both of them.
No, that is true. Like from here, you can just get ahead to the grand finals because again, your opponent, whoever it might be, is not the top five of the nation, and these guys do have a fair chance of just dominating that second fixture when they get up ahead from here on. But as things stand, this is where it will get intense because when this match will amplify their position in the overall leaderboard. Saransh is looking out to topple down CJ for the first position. Vanshaj is looking for the top three placement in the top six rankings, and everything depends on this particular match now.
Yeah, it really does. And I think I cannot wait for this fixture to start because both the players are very close against each other in this aggregate score. As we said earlier, 5-3. A two-goal difference does not really matter. So, yeah, I think it's all about just getting that win over your opponent and securing that spot for the better seed.
Well, that is true. But again, also the other players, the way the format is going on right now, we kind of see that these two guys will be the favorite to win the entire qualifier as well. Because with the likes of Vanshaj and Saransh facing each other, only one of them will stand, and then eventually they might even face out either Roy J. Abraham or Jahan in the upcoming matchups. So keeping the reputation on line on how established the players are, it looks like the winner of this match might even end up winning the entire qualifier as well.
Yeah, there's a high possibility because Rohit and Jahan is going to be a tough fixture as well. Whoever comes up, but one of them will be coming up against one of these guys most likely. So I think for Jahan as well, or even for Rohit as well, it's a great chance to go above. If let's just say one church goes through, one church at this point of time is sitting at 370 points. Jahan is at 330. Rohit is at 325 when he started before these qualifiers. So these points, they can definitely change a lot. Even if one judge wins this particular matchup, then the final can have a massive impact because those extra 35 points that you're getting from 80 to 105, I think that goes to show a lot, 25 points rather. So I think it's something that has that impact on the points as well. So it could totally change the entire table, as a matter of fact. But with that being said, the match has started, and one judge is playing from left to right in the black kit, whereas Saranch is playing from right to left in that red Liverpool kit, if I'm not wrong. That's a chance for one judge. The first time dribbles in, but great block there from Saranch, just headed back safely to the goalkeeper.
Now trying to go for a counter attack, but just could not keep the ball for longer. McTominay just shoves off the player, and now he's through on goal. Takes a low driven and Donnarumma. A big save and a rebound to keep the position. Does not even give away the corner, but now Ware just wins the ball back high up the pitch, and Akaza is looking deadly up front. Just wins the ball back for the third attempt in a row. Well, I mean, finally will be able to correct the position.
Yeah, I mean, that's another chance for one shot that he's missed one on one, and Saransh has taken that in his stride to be able to sort of, get that chance. Here's Saransh now, and after saving a crucial chance, Donnarumma, one judge, Saransh rather, has been able to counter immediately and get one goal back. So that has reduced the deficit to just one goal now at this point of time, Spartus. It's incredible how you miss a chance one on one on the other side and then you're able to score a goal right after that.
This must hurt. This must be really painful for Vanshaj. Because the way this was started, it looked like Vanshaj is all about attack. He's just trying to get one ball, he's trying to increase the score line, and everything was going in his favor until the counter attack happened. 3 attempts from Vanshaj, one from Saransh, and the scoreline have been reduced to just one goal separating both the players.
Yeah, and that is exactly what Saransh wanted at this point of time, to be honest. Even though defensively he's not been playing at his level best, he's able to get those chances in attack, and one shot suddenly, as you can see, defensively does not look that solid. That he's already conceded 4 goals against Saransh, given the fact that he's looked pretty good in most of his defensive scenarios. But with that being said, one church has to be extremely careful because Saransh is known for comebacks. It's almost like he takes pride in being a Manchester United fan and plays like the Fergie time whenever necessary. And that has been the case for Saransh in a lot of tournaments at the highest level. So we cannot count him out ever until the end. One shot now, dribbling, tries to go for that pass, and that is definitely
Offside.
offside. Yeah.
How we made a run quite earlier, although the player selection is quite unique again. Having the like of Thornley on the right flank, I've not seen that card being used at all because the body type is average medium, and that's not the best one out there. Not that strong, not that agile, and does not excel in any other department. But now for Saransh, has been dribbling out really well, trying to find James again, but the pass was just not accurate enough, and a foul has been committed. Vanshaj will retain the ball with reach. He's trying to slowly dissect the defense of Saransh. Keeps the ball, just trying to center runners ahead, and slowly, steadily, he's trying to dribble around and where again in a 1v1 will finish things off. 6-1 for Akaza.
Yeah, that's the 6th goal for him. Great build up over there. Saransh could not do much with Donnarumma this time. Defense split open. One should not wasting any time whatsoever to capitalize on that space. Dribbling inside the box. Look at those quick passes. That is incredible. Still manages to keep possession despite so many red bodies being around him. Still has a chance. Takes a touch from Asensio. And that is the 7th goal. Extending the aggregate score to 3 goals now. And that was an incredible display of left stick and composure, Spartus. Just wow. Honestly, one judge as fundamental as it gets. And to be able to convert that chance without having to play any first time through balls, any passes that is 100% meta to FC26. He's literally just played the simplest FC he can and opened up Saransh's defense as if it wasn't even there.
I'm not sure how these passes work for Vanshaj, but they are incredible when you look at it. Passing between 3 defenders, trying to pinch the space out, he still managed to find the pass 100% accurately. And then just dribbling around with Ware, getting into spaces, finding a pass to a Sonse and just turning the defender inside out. So much calm and collected in the final third, and just look at that pass again, and McTominay, he will not miss. From
Wow.
5-4 to begin the match to 8-4 now, and things just get easier for him every time he gets the possession.
Yeah, I think that's what, when one Church gets into his element, he's just unstoppable, at least the way that he attacks. It's just so difficult to keep up with the player switching with him when he's in this zone all locked in and trying to attack the best way that he can. Saransh now has a chance. He should definitely be converting that. Still has second bite at the cherry. Cuts inside. Good goal there. Moreno. Saranj gets one back and he's back in the mix. It's only 3 goals now and an entire half, plus about 5 to 6 minutes, including stoppage, to play for. Saranj is not out of this game. Honestly, the way that he's scored his goals has also been pretty good, although he's had to work a lot harder. Spartus, I don't know if you'll agree with me on that. Saranj's goals, he's had to work a lot harder than Vanchaj has had, because Vanchaj, with that basic left stick dribbling, turning inside, has been able to open up Saranj's defense a lot more quicker.
That is indeed very true. Because again, you don't see the space being opened up just like that. But it has been the case with Saranj unable to just block those passing lanes, be it with team press, especially with manual marking, whatever the case is. It just has not worked out. But now Saranj just keeping the ball with Hullet on the flanks. Not the agile out there, but it still takes a touch and maybe commits a foul, and he will get a short free kick. On the edge of the end of the first half, drives it through, trying to find Van Dijk. Could not hit the ball home.
Yeah, well, quite the first half of the second leg in this quarterfinals of the last qualifier of the Stairs YUVA EA FC 26 Season 1. I mean, to be very honest with you, Saranj hasn't played bad. These 2 goals that he scored, of course, I mean, the composure it's taken despite being down by a couple of goals to start this leg with, Saranj has been solid enough. But Vanchaj, on the other hand, the amount of chances he creates, even if he manages to miss a couple of them, he still has enough chances to be able to convert them at least like 1 out of 3 chances, right? And that's why he's still in the lead by 3 goals. That is exactly what Saranj is looking for. And Vanchaj has not been able to give him that space whatsoever. Like every time Saranj goes forward, he has to work extra hard to open up those spaces or play those through balls. So these 3 goals, right now for Saranj, he just has to figure out how to get them rather than worrying more about his defense, because I think he has a certain way of defending, Spartus, that he cannot change in this game. He just has to focus on the goals and how to make a comeback into this game, and honestly let it be to, just if there is going to be a score line difference which is going to be massive after this point, I don't think so Saran should be worried about that without at least giving it a try to score more and more goals. I don't think so you should hold back anymore, even if Vanchaj is able to score a couple more from this point onwards.
Oh, for sure. There is no time for him to just pull back and to relax or just try to slow build up. Because right now he needs some goals. But just what is that dribbling from Asensio? Beating 3 defenders in a row just like that. I'm not sure what is going on, but whatever Vaishaj is doing, he is doing it perfectly well. And now Saraj trying to send a counter attack and should be 1-1 with the goalkeeper. Oh, you cannot miss them. You just cannot afford to miss them. Even a chip shot would have been scored.
Yeah, it's quite the gamble that Saranj took. Hang on, that's a chance. That is going to be a corner. He was onside, but not the best finish from Hullet. Saranj knocking on the door continuously, though. Should have converted that. Oh my God, Virgil van Dijk. How do you score from that when you're not able to score a one-on-one? The bizarre side of FC 26, ladies and gentlemen, whoever's watching. This is when it comes down to be an interesting esport title to watch. You saw a 1v1 chance being missed, and look at Van Dijk honestly scoring a proper striker's goal from that angle. Saranj must be elated. Oh, what a save there from Donnarumma. Incredible match, end to end.
Yeah, and after Van Dijk's being scoring from that angle, and then one should be missing straight 1v1 from that point blank range. I'm not sure how things work out. Whatever the case is, Vanchaj, he's still in the lead, and with where he is pretty much comfortable with the dribbling that he is capable of. What a perfect one inside the box. Just the ball is just so close to her feet. Finally giving up the possession. But now Saranj is trying to send the runners ahead. Finds the ball, and now the traditional incisive pass, running down on the flank, trying to recycle it out. Finds Lamine. Has no space inside the box, has to wait for some passing opportunities. A player like Lauren James dribbling inside, trying to find another opportunity. Lamine is open, but the pass went away, and then just one back, just like that.
Yeah, I mean, Saranch is playing a lot better now. He's trying to create chances, recycle possession. It's just 2 goals again now. He has to focus up. Vanchaj is not going to give him space the way that he's seeking in through the center. If you can see, he's just pulling back all his center mids, jockeying around, doing that offside trap. Last second tackling, last stitch defending, quite literally. Saranch has to come up with ways to attack from those sides. Here's another chance for Vanchaj. Can he make this count? He can extend his lead to 3 goals once again on aggregate. And Vanchaj Sharma, so simple and so clinical going forward. It's bizarre at this point. What's going to happen in this game? Saranch once again. Hullet tries to play that pass inside. Literally everyone tracking back for Vanchaj over there. And he's able to manage that very well. Because Saranch is literally throwing the kitchen sink at Vanchaj at this point of time.
Well, and I think this game is over now. With just 20 minutes remaining, 3 goals deficit to be turned around, and it's just not looking like the case. Not got offside as well. Although VVD will win the ball back. 20 minutes, 3 goals to be turned around, and the way Vanchaj is defending, it does not look like the Saransh will have any say in the game anymore. Lauren James, she's through on goal, will try to find the space, find the pass back, trying a finesse, will score that. 2 more to go. Less than 20 minutes that remains.
Well, as soon as you said that it looks like it's over for Saran, she pulls a rabbit out of the hat, turns inside, and scores a great goal from this new cam, the Japanese cam Tots card. Luckily enough, though, Spartus, even I packed her, and she is very good in the game. So she's, I think, 96 rated as well.
That is crazy. I'm seeing so many of the unique cards in the Tots season that you don't even know their name, but the way they perform in game is so heroic. And now, a perfect kickoff routine from Vanchaj. He's trying to beat up the defense. But at this point, I believe that Vanchaj will be someone who will game manage from here on. In the last 15 minutes, he just want to keep the possession, but Musiala, using his physicality, take down McTominay.
Yeah, I was surprised that wasn't a foul in the first place. Seemed like one. But that being said, Saranch is on the attack. This is his moment, now or never. Jamal Musiala, he is going to be offside. I think at this point of time, for Saranch, it's all about sending players forward and not holding back. I think the fullbacks also have to push forward. Every time he plays those through balls through the center, it seems very difficult for him to break through. Look at that, just straight up running into Jacob Ramon is not going to help you score these goals. Saranch has to think about something because there's only 10 minutes left and 2 goals. Vanchaj is going to see out time. And that's exactly what you do to frustrate your opponent, to pull their defense out of position that is offside. It gives at least a couple of chances to Saranch, if not anything else, to salvage at least a goal before the 85th minute mark to have any chance of making a comeback in this game.
Well, let's see. Oh, this chance almost there, but Jacob Ramon, he will keep the possession. If this could have been scored, things might look pretty differently in the last 5 minutes. But now Vanchaj, he will keep the ball even longer, finds Milhouse on the flanks, will not go directly inside, but just keep the ball a little longer, runs by the byline. 4 minutes remaining, 2 goals to go. Looks like that it won't be possible for Saranch anymore.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like it now that it's the 87-minute mark. I don't think so. Even if Saranch is able to score, Vanchaj will not give him the chance to have the ball again after he scores from this as well, because the kickoff will be with Vanchaj from there on in. But I don't think so. Even that second last goal of this game is happening for Saranch, because at this point of time, he's just doesn't have enough time, or maybe he can get one back, but that is pretty much it. And Vanchaj is going to be making it to the semi-finals of the Stairs YUVA EA FC 26 Season 1 qualifier number 10. he knocks out Saransh, and that could possibly increase his chances of finishing above Saransh, which for Saransh is, of course, not the best case scenario. But Vanshaj, kudos to him. 9-7 on aggregate. What a performance. And I think I got this prediction right, Spartus. I don't know why I just felt that Vanshaj
Again.
had something in him. Again, I don't know. Yeah, probably. I'm saying I think I'm the octopus of the 2026 World Cup already. So I will be revealing my predictions very soon for the World Cup as well, guys. But when we focus on this one, I think I've had the chance to be able to see the gameplay of all these players throughout the years, and probably obviously it's a random guess. Predictions are always predictions, but to be able to understand how they've played and to cast with you on this goes to show like the way that these players play. There's a certain way that they play, and the way they adapt is incredible as well. Saransh changes game entirely to be able to score those 7 goals. Otherwise, the way Vanchaj is defending, for any casual player to penetrate that defense and score even a couple of goals is definitely going to be a task, despite it being FC26 and how defending works in this game.
That is true, but Vanshaj, the way he has controlled the possession in the final third, that is something really interesting. Because despite the fact that Saransh was able to get through on goals sometimes here and there, but the way Vanshaj was attacking is what the most impressive thing was. The left straight dribbling, the R1 sprint with where everything was picture perfect. And with that being said, the quarterfinals come to an end where Rohit J. Abraham, Jahan Khan, Vanshaj, and Vivan will move up ahead in the fixtures.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a cracker of a game, because I personally feel that the first semi-finals that we're going to be watching is that of Jahan and Rohit J. Abraham when we look at the semi-final fixtures. And I think it is going to be quite the game, because both these players will not just be playing for qualification, because that's pretty much done, but they will be playing for the seeding, exactly what the case was between Vanshaj and Saransh. So Rohit J. Abraham versus Jahan Khan, massive game, Spartus. Talk. We'll talk more about it as we come back from a short break, because this game will not only decide who's going to reach the finals and be playing against the winner of Vanshaj or Vivan, but also the fact that they will be guaranteeing sorry about that, a certain number of points for themselves over their counterparts. So stay tuned, we'll be right back. All right, guys, we are back with the Stairs YUVA EA FC 26 qualifier number 10, the last dance. And here we go with the first semi-finals of this last ride, I would like to call it, for these players. First and foremost, these two players, so good, coming up against each other, getting the qualification done on the last day and squaring up against each other for the bragging rights. The first game of the live stream of this semi-finals is between Jahan Khan and Rohit J. Ibrahim. Jahan playing from left to right in the blue kit, whereas Rohit is playing from right to left in that white kit. Interesting match coming up, Spartans. We've had a lot of pre-match build-up for this particular fixture. Who do you think is winning this one? I think my money is on Rohit for this particular game.
Oh, that's a bold shout out. Because I believe that Jahan has to be the favorite for this one. He has performed really well against the likes of Kabir Jaitley today. He is in form, and when it comes to the performance, Jahan has to be the better player. But Kabir, or rather Rohit J. Abraham, cannot be underestimated since he defeated Aditya Chadda today. So that is something that needs to be considered. A close affair, but I believe that Jahan will be able to just finish the game off. And with this, another attack. Dumone inside the box still keeps the position somehow, and Jahan will be able to find the back of the net.
Yeah, well, what a goal indeed from Jahan. Just in when we were talking about he's the man in form, the way that he's playing, building up his attack and holding off the pressure with players like Dumorne as well. It's incredible to see. I think how she was able to shrug off the press, manage to hold on to the ball, make that extra pass, turn inside and score that goal. Jahan, great goal indeed from him to start off this two-legged affair. But yeah, as you rightly said, Rohit cannot be underestimated. He's gotten it right against Aditya Chadda. He is a player who always has something up his sleeves. He's not to forget, he's even had the chance to beat Charanjot, I think, in one of these qualifiers. That's the first chance, goes for a shot and gets the first corner of this game. Jahan hasn't beaten Charanjot in this tournament, and I think that just goes to show that Rohit, if he plays to his best potential, he's beaten some of the best players in the league. And Jahan, I think, as a matter of fact, has lost to Aditya in the finals in the last one, CJ in the finals in one of the qualifiers. So he's never had the chance to win any of these qualifiers. So it's literally something that you can't put a pin on it because both these players are equally good.
That is indeed true. Because the skill disparity is quite close between both the players. They have been performing on a similar level, but right now, with the way Jahan is controlling the game, with the way the player locks are flowing in, it is pretty similar to how he started the day against Kabir Jaitley. He has added player locks in his arsenal and he's using them quite often, and just like that, finds R9 because of it. And R9 from that angle with the finesse plus, he is not missing them.
Yeah, he's definitely not, because the way that he cuts inside and makes that extra pass to turn in and just goes for a shot either side with R9, it's incredible. Rohit, at this point of time, just looking very confused because Jahan has been able to press him really well. And that just goes to show that Jahan has worked a lot on his composure as well. I think compared to how rusty he could be at times, where he could play those passes and just keep making the same mistake. This time he's more aware, and that another goal from R9, beautifully put. He's been phenomenal ever since the way he started the game. Not just against Rohit though. He did the same against Kabir as well. He started with 3 goals and the scoreline was the same with the same time as well, Spartus. It's freaky at this point how Jahan has taken a 3-goal lead against both his counterparts who were in the race for the top 6. And he started off really well and he's just not giving any space to Rohit whatsoever.
That is true. And I think consistency can be the name of it right now. The player logs, the attacking style, the patterns, they are pretty much similar from the past. He finds Inaki, goes back to Joe Linton, Inaki on the run, will find Demone, just riding up ahead, taking time, and because R9 Evo has incisive with him now, things are looking even better.
Yeah, and I think that's how it gets, at this point of time when the game is literally on the verge of finishing. And that being said, that's the first goal for Rohit. And exactly how it was for Kabir as well. So I think we're seeing the same scoreline, and probably the EAFC gods have a script written for us. Or will that be changed this time? Dumornay once again gets inside, and somehow Spartus, every single time she's been able to turn inside the box, has been able to get a shot away despite tackles being attempted left, right, and center from the opponents.
Well, now again, Jolinton trying to keep the ball with Inaki, goes back, trying to get some space on the edge of the box, but the passing is just perfect. And Di Maria, the dribbling is phenomenal. A Berber spin coming into the picture, just losing out possession, but the intent is there for the fourth one. And Rohit Abraham, he has to just keep the ball with him for quite some time. Finds Hansen Aaron with Dumornay, goes back, just trying to find that forward pass, but unable to do so. But finally, Dumornay giving that passing option. And Jahan has not touched the ball in the last 2 to 3 minutes. And now Chavinga on the wings, trying to just build up the attack, but Saliba so ever present.
Yeah, that gives Jahan a chance to counter-attack now, right on the 45th minute mark. Can Jahan do something about it? Dumornay cuts inside, plays it to Jolinton, waiting for the extra pass to Inaki. But that is offside. In fact, Rohit now could get one chance to attack in this half. That's it from the referee. Great start from Jahan in the first leg, first half of this last qualifier. Both the players are going up against for that seeding, as both the players have technically qualified at this stage. But can Rohit make a comeback? I mean, it's only 2 goals difference, but he's not shown the spark. We haven't seen the real Rohit J. Abraham that we've seen in all these games, where he's been able to beat the likes of Charanjot as well, to mind you, to be able to be in this position where he is in the mix of these top 6 players. That is just not on display today at all.
Well, that is indeed true. And I'm not sure what went in the previous match against Rohit, because he started the day strong with a victory over Aditya, scoring 8 goals against Aditya, and that is not a small thing. It might be the fact that this match is taking a little bit more time for him to get into the groove, and I think, yep, finally he's twisting, turning, and what a left foot dribbling there. Something we have seen from Vanshaj has now been showcased by Rohit J. Abraham, and just like that, he finds the back of the net and is back into the game.
And who else but Dumornay to do that? What a player, what a card. I think my eyes are set on Dumornay for sure. I would love to try that card out in the weekend league. I don't even know how much she is on the market, but I will definitely have to check, because everyone's been really using Dumornay the best way that she can be used in the game. And to be very honest with you, that goal was special. If I wish I could go back in real time and sort of toggle it and watch, because that was some incredible dribbling. Once again, Jahan now at this point of time makes a couple of passes, goes all the way back, manages to hold on to the ball. Pedri now loses the ball to Oosterwold. But to be very honest with you, Rohit seems to gain confidence after going down. I've seen this in his game multiple times, that he starts off on a bad note in quite a lot of games and he just picks up the pace. Jahan, I don't know how much he's going to allow him to do that, because once you give that space to Jahan, he will definitely punish you and he will not think twice while making such chances.
But the way Jahan is playing right now, he has kind of cut down the pace of the game. Goes back to R9, rebound for Dumornay. Still has a lot of time to be taken on the ball, but just unable to find the final third. Pass goes ahead. Chavinga will keep the possession for Rohit. And despite the fact that Jahan scored 3 goals in the first 30 minutes, the next 30 has been a goal drought.
Yeah, it really has been. And I think Jahan the way he was playing aggressively, I have to put it that way. That's Dumornay, but that's offside. What a finish, though. But I think the way it's just all stopped for Jahan Sandli is because I think he's just probably not playing the same way. And even if he is trying to use the same patterns, Rohit has understood them really well. He has to be a little more cautious about his passes, the way he was playing. The composure that I was talking about in the first half seems to be missing there for Jahan, which is why you can immediately see Rohit trying to come back into this game. It's just come to a point where both these players are going to make some substitutions as well. We'll have to think a little bit about the tactics that they're playing. Do we want to stick to that, or do we want to change it? Because you would want to actually not change a lot, though. Here's a chance for Jahan. This could be the goal that he's looking for. And that extends the lead by 2 goals. Inaki Williams running through that wings. Ever so dangerous for Jahan. Just when I was talking about a lot of tactical changes here, and even substitutions, Jahan extends his lead by 2 goals. Let's see what Rohit has in store to respond from this kickoff.
Giving some possession with Palestra, not using those kickoff routines. But now just dribbling inside, almost there, but Saliba with the intercept plus just making sure that the ball does not find the striker. Di Maria. The Tech Plus almost beating the defenders, but not for long. But Rohit J. Abraham loses the position very cheaply to João Cancelo. And now R9 trying to find the space, but McTominay is too strong in the midfield.
Yeah. So many chances. Rohit goes for the near post and gets that 3rd goal. He's back in the game. Hansen Aaron. What a finish with the Trivela. 75th minute mark now. Just gets away from his marker over there and manages to score that vital goal. Hang on a second, that's a crucial mistake. R9! Jahan will punish you if you make a mistake like that. Pretty amateur mistake, in my opinion, to be honest. Here, Spartus. It's a good position he was in with that 1 goal difference. And that can shake up your confidence a lot going into the second leg if you make mistakes like those.
Well, it actually can be. Another 5-3 scoreline. And looks like that Rohit might be able to find the back of the net to make it 5-4. Another one back. The scoreline is getting narrower and narrower. Although Jahan, he is still in the lead. But this is just the first leg. If Rohit is able to find the goal for one more time, the scoreline will get tied up.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he was at least hoping for from not making that mistake, Rohit. He could have been all level pegging right now. But I think he has to move on from that. Honestly, he has to defend well now that Jahan is going to be looking to get another goal and increase. Sort of get that insurance goal before the second leg starts. But once again, Rohit on the attack. Dumornay, plenty of space. That's Chawinga on the run. Great pass over there. Across the goal. And that's the equalizer. 5-5. What a game this is turning out to be. And as I said, you can't underestimate Rohit. He's just somehow, despite looking with a lot of lackluster kind of a gameplay, didn't seem a man with a plan for this particular fixture, at least with the way Jahan started. Rohit is back in the mix, and Jahan now being a little smart about keeping the last attack. Just when I say that, loses the ball. Rohit, can he do something out of this? He still has one chance, though, Spartus, in this particular leg.
And if he's able to capitalize, he might take the lead at the perfect time. Dubonnet keeping the ball a little longer, but Saliba wins the ball back, and now R9 on the end of it, and he is through on goal. Opportunity for a finish, takes an extra touch, and will find the back of the net. A counter in the last 10 seconds, and Jahan will able to retain his lead, be it by just 1 goal.
Wow, what an ending to this particular fixture. My goodness, that last chance. Jahan was not supposed to give the ball out in the first place when he had it around the 88th, 89th minute mark. He was keeping possession. It was probably around the 87th. He was trying to make the last attack. Then Rohit gets the ball. with Hanson Aaron to try and attack. He forces it, misses the ball, like just loses possession in that moment. Why do you have to do that? Keep the ball until the end to get that fixture in, locked in, and just end that particular leg at 5-5, even if you can't get a goal. But to lose the ball out like that twice, first he gave the ball away inside the box for R9, and that was the goal that costed him. Then again, that loss of possession towards the end. Jahan will punish you, and I think that's a lesson for Rohit, even though the difference is one goal, and he probably get that in the first minute of the second leg of this fixture. But I think Rohit, the way that he played, he could have done a lot better after working so hard to score all those goals. A couple of goals that he's conceded was honestly just a massive, massive mistake.
That is true. But hey, with just one goal separating both the players in the second leg, the fixture is completely wide open till now. Because as things stand, if Rohit is able to continue with this type of form, Jahan will have a hard time for sure. Although he was not trailing in the entirety of the game, so that is a plus point for him. But there is something that needs to be considered for Rohit because he took one half to get into the group, and the second half was completely for him. One more leg to decide who gets to the grand finals.
Yeah. And I think the best part about this particular fixture is that now we have a close game. So it's not like one player is running away with it. I think this is the closest we've had after the Saranch game. I think that was a 2 goal difference. This was going to be nothing between the two, but that 91st minute is just the advantage that Jahan has. So I think when it comes to a player like Rohit and Jahan, both of them are so attacking, it could go anywhere. Jahan could score a couple of goals at the start and take this game away from Rohit. Rohit could immediately get 2 goals and get Jahan worried as to how to deal with this attack of Rohit, because every time Rohit has gone forward, it has looked dangerous to Jahan. It's unlike how we saw it with Vanshaj, where he was still pretty comfortable against Saransh in terms of defending, at least on the onset of it. Here, that's not the case. Here, any chance that is being created by either of the players could end up being a goal. So, just cannot wait for this second leg to start and see who's going to make it to the final and who's going to up their tally. Because now, if I look at the points table as well, Kabir Jaitley is out after Jahan eliminated him in terms of the points. He is down and out. And Rohit, because of his victory against Aditya and reaching the semis, he's also crossed Kabir. So he's out of the tournament. Now Jahan is sitting at 330 and Rohit is sitting at 325 points. Both of them, 5 points difference Jahan has ahead of Rohit. And if he manages to win this game, then anyway the difference between the two could massively increase. So a lot to play for, not just the prize pool of 5,000 today.
Oh, that is true. But again, I think more than the prize pool, these guys are aiming for a better fixture in the top six. Because with confirming 80 points from here on, just will elevate the fifth spot, maybe even the fourth spot if that's the matter. Because from here on, things look pretty much interesting on how the match will work out. Despite the fact that Rohit had a pretty slow start, it is looking like that he might be able to make a big comeback.
Could be highly that possibility, because if he gets going, as I said, Rohit, he's just unstoppable.
Let's see.
Just waiting for this fixture to start.
But right now, both the players they are in good form, and I think this is what we were looking out for. We wanted it to be really good from both the players, and nothing that one player might be out of touch. Rohit defeating the likes of Aditya Chadda to begin things off, and now they're making a comeback against Jahan as well. Looks like that things might work out if he's able to continue in the same form.
Yeah, I think so. And I think the way that Jahan has been playing, he's been very consistent as well. So it just goes to show that if he wins this, he'll not be putting out a statement by beating both his competitors. Spartans. That's an interesting storyline as well, right? For whoever's been following these qualifiers, he not just beat until the last day. He didn't just beat Kabir Jaitley, but he could potentially beat Rohit as well. Both his competitors in the top 6 rankings, to say that I am ready to be a part of the league. So, yeah, I think it's all gonna go down for this particular fixture that we're witnessing because the match has started, and here we go. Massive, massive game for both of these players here. Rohit playing from left to right in the white kit, whereas Jahan right to left in the blue kit. Both the players are ready. Difference of only one goal separating them. Jahan has that advantage. Can he extend that lead? Or will Rohit make a name for himself and come back into this game? I absolutely love these two players. They hustle so much. They play almost every second tournament out there, Spartus. They want to be part of the big boys. They want to be in the likes of Charanjot, Aditya, Vanshach, Saransh. They want their names to be right up there. And this is the perfect platform for them to do that. This is a fierce battle, nonetheless. Both these players very close in terms of score line, in terms of skill level as well. Jahan, although, has a lot more experience on land than Rohit. So that, at least in a few big tournaments, so that definitely has a part to play as well when you're playing against an equally good player.
Well, right now, the possession game has been pretty strong from both the players. Jahan just marking Dubonne. I should just go back. And now Dubonne, she has been incredible for every score she has been a part of. Let's see if she's able to give something more from the side of Rohit J. Abraham right now. Chavinga on the wins. Alright. Chavinga, you always take that 4 play shell pluses. Squad is pretty much incredible. And now just trying to find another space, but Saliba is so good when it comes to this intercepting such passes.
Yeah, Saliba is really, really solid. I mean, I was using his team of the year, and that was pretty good in itself. I think the team of the season is going to be even better. But Rohit has a chance now, tries to force the passes. Both these players trying to attack through the center a lot. I haven't seen a lot of wing play. Players are going forward with those through balls. Oh my goodness, almost got nutmegged over there. The centre back, that could have been a problem for Rohit. Gets away with it. Look at that turn from Dumorne to just get away. Fiver now. Rohit. This is a massive chance. Player law cancels it. Cuts inside. Fiver plays it back with the croqueta cancel though. Could have just gone for a shot over there. I think he just probably forced it a lot more than he should have.
Well, indeed it is. And now, even Jahan is unable to attack from center of the pitch. He's been utilizing player logs quite often, but still unable to find any space. And I think this is for the first time today that we have seen a nil-nil score line in almost 25 minutes of the matchup. And now Rohit is trying to break free. Is trying to get ahead. Chavenga will receive the ball. Cut back inside. Just not the best of the angles.
Yeah, not the best of the angles, but gets a corner now. Here's McTominay. So good in the game. Theo somehow battling it out in an unfamiliar territory. That's not even his place to dribble. That's probably a Dumorne kind of a territory. But the corners, of course, completely change the shape of how your players are placed in and around the box. Theo to Dumorne. Jahan has to break free of this press from Rohit. Now he's finally utilizing the wings, trying to create that space. Cuts inside, a lot of space there. R9 just forced the pass unnecessarily. He could have done a lot better over there. That gives Rohit the chance to make something. It's just been a back and forth game in terms of possession. Both the players is giving the possession and getting it back quickly as well. I think no concrete attacking opportunity we've seen in a way where there's proper build-up happening and then it leads to a goal. We haven't seen that between both these players in this game at all. Not even a single chance. Forget about the goal.
Just unable to break the final line of defense right now. Both the players are having a hard time just going up in the final third. Or we can say the defending has been quite top notch. The switching has been perfect, but finally R9 through space near post, and it is Jahan Khan. He finds the back of the net for the first time yet again.
What a goal that is. Amazing composure. Was just trying to find that space, how to get it to R9 and get him 1v1 against the centre back. Had to rotate a lot of possession. And we can even hear the comms of Jahan, where he is talking about whatever's happening in the game. You can see he's getting some help from his friends, and that's always a great sight because when you have someone analyzing your game and helping you out, that plays a massive, massive, massive role, to be very honest with you. And that's exactly what he's been doing throughout this tournament. And maybe that's the reason why he's been a bit more consistent as well. Like, just that support, definitely helps.
That is true. Because this is something that definitely comes down to the confidence as well, where there is someone to guide you through your matches. Something that you don't see as a player can be seen as a coach. But Rohit, the perfect dribble, and Dumorne almost beating the entire defense all by herself. They have to just make sure she can do it again for one more time because Rohit this time was unable to take a shot. Still trailing by 2 goals, and first half is almost about to come to an end.
Yeah, it really has. And I think that's the case between all these players. I think it's about how to navigate from these situations. The difference is just 2 goals, but you know that if you concede one more, there's a lot of pressure on you. And all you want to do is just come back into this game. And this game has been low scoring. So what do you do in these situations is what these players have to figure out. And if Jahan capitalizes on that frustration or that eagerness to just desperately attack from Rohit, if he's able to capitalize on that, he can literally finish this game off from this point. However, though, if Rohit can control a lot of possession and make chances which actually matter, and he's not just throwing everything already in terms of his fullbacks, in terms of his CMs, and not just forcing passes, I think he's got a lot of time if he builds with that composure and gets a goal the way that he did with Dumorne, for example, in the last game that he played. So I think it's all about the composure that's required from Rohit in order to bounce back in this game, because I think the way Jahan is playing at this point of time, he is not going to let you have these 2 goals instantly. In fact, he's always playing to outscore you. Oh,
Oh,
wow.
Dumorne, a flare nutmeg
Wow.
to a finesse. What a way to begin off the second half. I think this should close down the match. 3 goals advantage already in favor of Jahan, and by the look of things, the comeback journey for Rohit is just not looking that's gonna happen at all. Jahan has been incredible when it comes to defending and as well as on the attacking side of things. Another good play log, another good attempt. Rohit, although, will shut down this attack this time around, but he's unable to build one of his own.
Yeah, he's not able to actually create much in that particular aspect, to be very honest with you. I mean, he should have done a lot better with the chances that he's had in this game already. Plenty of saves as well from John in the first game for him to be in this position. And Rohit, that's a good chance there. Can he make the extra passes count? It's just too much passing over there. Probably had the chance to play the final pass. I think he's probably overdoing it a little bit. Gives Jahan the time to bring his players back and sit back very nicely. Theo just using all that physicality to win that ball. Look at that player lock over there. Tries to force that pass. Very good defending there by Jahan by stepping up with Saliba at the right time. Both the Arsenal CBs are working out well for him, it seems. He's not put much of a foot wrong defensively in this game, has he? I think that's exactly what Jahan needs, and he scored a goal as well. So I think ideally it is one of those perfect games that he has played heading into the finals.
Like it. And this might be the first time that he can be close to winning a qualifier, although he still have to face Vanshaj, because he is most likely to be the next grand finalist until Rohit Abraham decides something else. Finally, finds the back of the net with 5-4. Took quite some time to get into the groove, but Got one back, but still two more goals to go, and with just 30 minutes remaining.
Yeah, well, that's game back on. That's a great through ball over there. Fiver. I mean, now Rohit, all he has to do is keep finding those gaps. He cannot have a lot of time being wasted in just the build up over there. He cannot be just passing around the opponent's box. He has to do well in order to close down these spaces. That's another through ball. He's going to be onside, but has to look for one extra pass. Jahan quick to close it down. And Rohit, if he manages to get one more goal before the 80th minute mark, then I think that's pretty much time. However, Jahan, that's offside. And a point where we can see substitutions, Spartus, we can see some tactical changes, we can see Rohit being a little more aggressive with this. Let's see how that one goes. Jahan on the attack now. It's inside. Rohit missing the tackle, has to be very careful. Good defending there.
Demonic. Vicky Lopez is back into the picture, and now McTominay has been brought down in the penalty area. Has conceded a pen, and will it be a yellow card? I believe it should. It is a straight red.
Wow.
And he scores an easy pen as well. Oh, this is not looking good for Jahan suddenly.
Game has completely turned on its head there, Spartus. Incredible. This is what the Stairs YUVA EA FC 26 has been all about. Interesting fixtures, interesting moments every single time of the game. You thought Jahan was comfortable, he was cruising, and there's one chance he pulls down the player with a professional foul. You can see the striker being away. Dumornay is going to act as that striker who's going to make those runs for those wingers now going forward for Jahan. Even though Jahan has one goal lead, he's down by a man and he has 20 minutes more to hold on to his lead if he wants to reach the finals and be eligible for that 5,000 prize pool, of course, but most importantly, the seeding and the bragging rights against one of his nemesis in this tournament now, which is Rohit, because these guys have played against each other a couple of times. And yeah, with that being said, Rohit gets the ball back. Jahan has to be extremely careful now, Spartus. What a game this has turned out to be.
You cannot play certain passes now, Jahan. The lack of striker up front, there is nobody else making the space there. A directional run from Rohit Abram, that's a good skill to add into the mix. I've not seen much of that being utilized by so many of these players. But now, with an 11 on 10 on the pitch, one goal separating the players, 15 minutes still remaining, Rohit has a good chance of making a comeback happen. Although he needs to make sure that he does not pay this first time passes, he needs to be accurate with them. Chavinga.
Wow.
Player nutmeg, Vicky Lopez, Hansen on. Can he just cancel that skill move out? Maybe something could have been built, but Rohit unable to find the space. Last 10 minutes remaining now.
Yeah, it's going to go right down to the wire here. Look at the pressing from Rohit. Jahan is going to waste all the time to take that free kick and slow the game down, take his time to frustrate Rohit. That's a very tactical and a smart way of watching the cutscenes too and wasting all the time that he can and playing with his opponent's psyche over there. You got to do these things in tournaments, and this is what it makes it super interesting when you're not just winning the game against the opponent technically while you hold on the controller, but you play these mind games as well. And you take all the time that you can when you're trying to see out this game. Here's a chance for Jahan. Great pressure there from Rohit to win the ball back. And now straight up, he's going to look to attack. 83 minutes on the clock. Players rushing forward. Here's a chance. Through ball goes through. Can Rohit equalize? And he misses.
Whoa!
Oh my God. That's astonishing. Through on goal.
He cannot blame anything else than himself for this matchup now. He was through on goal, a clean 1v1 with the goalkeeper, a finesse, a low driven, anything could have worked out. And with the precision shot, he just dragged it wide. The best chance in the game, and he completely missed it out. Oh, Rohit J. Abraham, this was his chance to make it to the extra time, but as things stand, this is not looking good. But finally, he wins the ball back, going inside, takes a low driven, but the goalkeeper is so ever present, and Donnarumma is not missing from there. 90 minutes up on the clock, and Jahan, he is very happy with just a +1. And as things stands, Jahan will enter the grand finals, and Rohit J. Abraham will crash out at the top 4.
What a game indeed. Both these players, I mean, fantastic fight from Rohit till the end. Jahan almost giving it up with the way that he played and took the red card as well. So I think it's just something that we have to be, aware of in terms of this, that when you are playing a certain way, you have to hold on to the lead, even if you've made a mistake here. And I think what calls for this game to be a special one, Spartus, is the fact that how Jahan was composed enough. I think that's been changed a lot. Earlier on, he would have conceded a lot more chances compared to the ones that we have seen in the past. I think he's been really solid that way.
Well, that is true, but also that last miss from Rohit J. Abraham, that is something Rohit might look out and he'll be like, where did I miss that? Because with a precision shot and a finesse from that angle, it should always go in. And with Team of the Year in the making, and you have all these cards available, he should be able to score that goal, but it just was not the case. And now, Rohit has been in the top 4, will make it to the top 6, definitely, for sure. He has completed enough points, but just missing out on the grand finals. But the second grand final is between Vanshaj and Vivian, a newcomer into the mix.
Yeah, well, that's a surprise. Well, look at that as well. He's all ready to take on Vanshaj. How do you think that's going to work out? Very interesting to see a new face in the scene now.
Yeah, and the fact that he is facing his first match against Vanshaj makes it even more difficult for him from here on. Because taking on this player is definitely not enough. Let's see how this match will be played, and this match will find all that out right after a very short break. Welcome back, everyone. Right after a very short break, the stairs YUVA EA FC 26, the last qualifier and the second semi-finale. And this time it is Vanshaj who is taking on Vivan, a newcomer to the scene.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think we have a new player, Vivan Sinha, this time playing this tournament, and I think this is probably his first time. He is, from his background, what I understand, he is involved in the esports scenario with an esports organization called Meta Ninja. I think that's what it's called. I think you would be aware of that, Spartus. So I think he's part of that organization, and he's just, I think, probably playing FC for the first time. Who knows? He's a good player. We'll have to see. But he has a background in esports. He knows how it works. So let's just see how he takes upon one of the best FC players in this semi-final game. We are ready to start as this semi-final 2 promises to be a pro versus probably a beginner because we've never heard about this guy before. So ideally, I think obviously both of us will be going with Vanshaj on this one. But let's just see how it all pans out.
Yeah, and the fact that he is familiar with the esports scene, but being new to the FC scene is entirely different because this game is pretty much ruthless if you are a beginner. Because the score lines that we have seen in the past, some players have created among the newcomers is pretty humongous. Not just double digits, but getting the score line even bigger has been the case with so many of the previous results that we have seen in the earlier qualifiers as well. So I'm not sure how the match will go. I just want a closer affair between Ivan. So we can have a good semi-final worth watching.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it could be a great show on for us, or it could be absolute demolition from one shot. So let's just see how it goes. Both the players, I think, are ready in the lobby and just about to start. So we're just waiting for the camera to shift onto their POV and see how this matchup goes. Because Jahan has made it to the final, and this probably could be his first time that Jahan could even win this if he squares up against the likes of one judge. But here we go. We are starting off with semifinals number 2 between Vivan and One Church. Vivan playing from right to left in the black kit, whereas One Church is playing from left to right in his white kit, known as Akaza. Interesting to see the team selection here and how Vivan actually plays this because he's playing Hugo Sanchez. That's pretty interesting. I'm seeing probably Hugo Sanchez for the first time. But that's one judge straight on the attack. Asensio. That's the first goal. Well, that's how it starts in a game like this. And I don't know where it goes from here.
Uh, I can smell demolition. I can just see it incoming. Uh, Vanshaj, he is going to be ruthless. He is not going to stop. This is a cakewalk of a semi-final for him already. The squad that Vivan has, the players that he has in his lineup, and the way he is playing the game, yeah, he is pretty much new to the FC scene entirely, and this game is very ruthless when you are new. Because
Yeah.
facing someone at the highest level is never an easy task, and if you are fairly a new player, things get even more difficult.
Yeah, well, he's been putting in those slide tackles as well, which is not something you should be doing in Asensio. One more time, just gets 3 goals in the first 10 minutes. And I'm not really sure how the scoreline is going to pan out. I mean, kudos to Vivan for actually showing up, though. And to be honest with you, this was Aman Jaitley's game. He just had to give a bye because he had to be somewhere, and which is why Aman had to give a bye to Vivan because he was ready to play the tournament. To go forward from the quarterfinals and coming into the semifinals, little did he know that one judge is going to be on the other side. That was a great sliding tackle, by the way. Not that it won't make a difference or anything, but I still feel like big ups to him for trying this out. And one judge, look at that power shot from Igor Thiago. Makes it 4 in 15 minutes. It's incredible to see how this score line is probably going to go up pretty high, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Akazi wants to even stop. And the scoreline that he has in mind is just maybe take it to 20 goals or something. 16 minutes, if you consider to be 15, so he can get to double digits in the first half itself.
Yeah, I think that could be the case because one Church every single time he's going forward, he's just looking to score. To be honest, that's another power shot. Is that going to be a penalty? No, no, that's a corner though. Somehow manages to make some contact on the ball here. Asensio dribbles out. Pavlovic, Konate. We're seeing Konate. I don't know what Konate it is. And look at one shot just trying to get into these open spaces. Gets a shot. Better check. Good save there.
These are all the gold cards that he has. A pretty outdated squad. Like he started playing the Ultimate Team in the start of the year, but then they were continued, I believe, because that's the lineup he is running, and things are just not looking good for him. Especially in Team of the Season, where every card is almost maxed out in terms of play styles and stats. Just
Yeah.
not the game that you anticipated it from his perspective.
Yeah, well, but again, I think the entire point is, despite seeing the result, the scoreline as we're seeing in front of us right now, it's mostly about getting a platform to play. And for Vivan, for a youngster like him, I think this is a great opportunity for him to play and learn from these players, to be able to play on the live stream for the first time as well. So as I said, like, kudos to him for showing up despite the team that he has and playing against the likes of one Judge, who's arguably one of the best players in the country. So yeah, to take him on straight up with that squad, it's never the best idea. Look at him just teasing and taking all his time with Weir, who's of course seems like a great card though. Have you had the chance to try this card though, Weir?
I had her previous version
Spartus.
and not the Team of the Season, but it was not
Yeah,
that great. I believe it was somewhere Root Breakers or something like that. Quite an old version of it, and I use it because
yeah,
of the Madrid logo she has on her card. But now
yeah.
with
Of
the Team of the
course.
Season and with the tech plus she has, she looks pretty incredible. The ball control is good, the body type is good, she looks strong as well. So I believe she's worth a try this weekend league.
Yeah, definitely seems like a good choice. And you're a Madrid fan, so of course she playing for the Madrid's women's team. I think it's also quite a card because I remember there was a card from the Madrid women's team. I think it was a left back that I used for a while. I'm forgetting her name. I did use her in the game. Apart from that, mostly it's been Barcelona players from the Barcelona women's team that mostly has been used. But yeah, Weir seems interesting. With that being said, 10 goals have been scored in 38 minutes. And of course, Vivan is trying. He's trying to play with the cards that he has to run across the pitch with one player. That's not probably how you're going to do it.
Igor is just keeping the ball. Uh, One of those routine matches for one church. In
Yeah,
Konate just trying to do something. Not the game that Vivan expected, to be honest. 'Cause right now, it's a very new experience for him, and if your new experience is to face the best player, at least, or even a top three player in the nation, it has got to be pretty rough.
yeah, absolutely. And I think, yeah, this is the moment where it all comes down to, I think where you learn and you start off your journey to become a better player. And as you can see, it's just crazy. And you can see that Vivan is just trying to figure out what do I do. It's half time in the first leg, and I've not been able to, get even one goal against one such. It's naturally is very difficult when you're not, when you're not playing as a pro and you're not even playing competitively or not even playing the game regularly. It's just difficult to compete at this level, to be honest. Vanch, as you can see, all relaxed and waiting for his finals, the big game against Jahan that could decide the points table uh, for good for the entirety of these qualifiers that have taken place over the last 5 to 6 months. But once again, one Church McTominay, it's just easy for him now at this point of time, to be honest. But Spartus, take me through your favorite ultimate team cards. Some of them could be from this as well. Like McTominay, I've been really wanting to try. I've never had the chance to. I think I probably will this time. Uh, what are the other cards that are something that you love to use?
I always like favor Inaki Williams on that right wing. He's off of position on right wing. Like it depends. Like what do you want to use? Inaki on the left, and then I have Di Maria right now on the right, and sometimes I switch him to Cam. But alongside Adiemi, Di Maria, the front line is incredible. You need to have at least one lengthy player, and I'd use Inaki Williams, the football they card. The play styles can be upgraded to your choice. The physicality he has is perfect. The finesse plus is out of this world, and I believe he has one of the best finesses in the game. So Inaki, and then on the centre back position, it is Rudiger. Man, that card is broken. The lunges he puts in, the hunchback body type he has. I believe these cards are pretty much slept on in the entirety of the community.
Yeah, Di Maria is a good shout. I've been wanting to try him out as well. I think he's the
He's so
perfect
good on the
definition of a
body.
right winger. Yeah, yeah, he's really good. I think even the likes of Demornay, as we were talking about, right? I think that is going to be a massive upgrade to my team as well. But one judge trying out different things. I think, to be very honest with you, one judge is just getting ready with his the different things he would probably like to try out, some player locks, and it's sort of like a warm up game for him, so to say, without being stressed about the result at all, which usually isn't the case at this stage of the tournament, Spartus, is it? We've had some incredible matches right from the round of 16 as well, which have not been broadcasted on stream before. And while this game happens on stream, look at that. Oh my god. That's the fun element I miss about FC, to be honest with you. This is not the kind of things that you can try in a competitive game, can you, Spartus? It's just like once in a blue moon, you go for all these shots and have a good time with them.
I want to see him just throw a corner directly to the edge of the box player and hit with a power shot. That combination is incredible when goes in. It looks so beautiful. A corner to a player lock, and then
Yeah,
to a power shot. I've seen some of the professional players try it out in their weekend league games, but yeah, pulling it out in this sort of matches is pretty much difficult though, because people do mark it out eventually. But right now, Vaishad is doing anything and everything. A power shot from 100 meters out there.
yeah. Incredible. I think it's just one of those games, is it, where for us we can just relax, sit back, and see the new things one judge tries. Once again, Petacek has something or the other. Uh, I think just trying to save those chances and can't really do much about it because it literally feels like one shot's trying these shots and it's better check against the striker. There is no defense as well in between, which is again, can't really blame Vivan for it. Kudos to him, as I said, for trying. It could be his chance though. He's running straight up, gets a cross in. Not bad. This is more like FIFA 13 when we used to play. Do you remember, Spartus, the times where it was Mandzukic in Bayern Munich who used to
Oh
head the ball
yes,
in every single time from a corner? All you had to do was lob the ball in. So making us, oh my god, one touch, look at that.
he wants to farm a clip right now when he got Thiago. It's like a first time
Yeah,
power shot goes to the back of the net.
yeah,
He's trying
yeah. It's,
one of those YouTube short movements right now. He'll go for it one more time. Yeah, another unsuccessful
I
attempt.
would, I think I would like to keep a challenge for one shot if he can bang one in from this far out from Igor Thiago. I think I'm gonna ask him to do that and make a reel out of it and have some fun. I think this is the element that we don't really have usually in such competitive games, but Yeah, good to see them trying out this time.
Now again,
Well,
Vanshaj just he can even try just running out with just one player through the goal. Something like dribbling with Weir from the halfway line to the goal, really creating some of the best movements of some of the best players.
yeah, are you cheekily suggesting that he should start dribbling from his goalkeeper all the way to the goal and then score it? I think because that's we're coming to that point where it might happen. Who knows? Interesting stuff indeed. The fun element we've been missing for a while.
The game has gotten a lot sweatier with every patch and update. It's like we are in a war whenever we queue a weekend league matchup. Everyone's so dialed in, running pretty much the similar tactics all across the board. We should have some casual modes out there where you can have fun. I really love the cup where you were forced to use a 3-5-2. It was really something different that you were facing against.
Yeah. I think this match is about to get over. One judge twisting and turning, trying to find space, gets another chance. He's just trying out new things at this point. First time shots and everything like that. The referee blows the whistle. And 16-0 is the scoreline that we have ended the first leg with. And we're yet to see if the second leg is going to happen, because usually with a big scoreline like this, to be very realistic, opponents usually forfeit the second leg. But we will have to check with the opponent if that is even happening or not, so that we can move on to the finals and the massive finals that is going to be there. If we can have the fixtures being pulled up with all the results up until now, we'd just like to have a look at that, as to how the rankings might be affected. And Spartus, you can probably take us through that while the second game is being set up. So I think that'll be something that gives a clear picture of where One Church and Jahan could book. So if you could just have the rankings table in front of us, then we'll be able to explain a lot better from this as well. But Spartus, what do you think? What's going to happen in the finals now that we have more or less confirmed the the finalists, both the finalists?
Well, I think that will be a pretty close matchup yet again, since it is Jahan taking on Vanshaj, and I believe this match will be for the first time that they are coming up against each other in these qualifiers. Because as far as I remember, I have not seen Jahan take on Vanshaj. They have been placed in different brackets throughout the game, and it's either one of them who gets eliminated to the other top five players out there. So things are definitely not something that you can predict. Although Vanshaj will be the favorite since the way he's playing FC is incredible, and it can be the first time that he can win a qualifier for himself. But I'm all in for a surprise by Jahan.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jahan, the way that he's played, I don't know if he can penetrate that defense of Vanshaj that easily, or even though his attack is pretty good. So we'll just have to wait and see how it works out. But I would still say that, given the consistency of Jahan, he could give a good fight. But I would still say Vanshaj will most likely be the winner of this tournament, at least in my opinion.
It will be an incredible one indeed. But also at the same time, the way Jahan was tries to build up the attack, or we can say the patterns that Jahan likes to follow, they are not something that Vanshaj is not aware of. And to take someone with a skill set of Vanshaj, you need to be very on your toes. You need to be very, I would suggest, mixing up the game, because this is something that has been missing in Jahan's playstyle. He can be predicted by the higher ups out there, the top three players, be it Saransh, be it CJ, and that is something that Jahan needs to improve upon. He is in good form today. I just want to see if he can continue with his good form.
Yeah, I think with the good form that he has, when he takes that into the national finals, also that's going to give him more time to prepare and go up against these guys as well. And I think this final against One Church would be that game for him, in my opinion. So, I mean, it's like a stepping stone for Jahan to take his consistency to actually the next level and get results out of it, which is what he's been craving for. All these grind, all that grind that he's been doing, and getting to the top six and qualifying for events. He just needs that one break of winning one of those, and that is when he can actually enter into the top five, top six players of the leagues in terms of not just the rankings but how successful he's been. There's like a measurable metric for him as a player to show the stats for it, just how you have it for other esport titles as well. In India, you'd be aware of how the BGMI players are ranked, for example. So I think it's mostly about that as well. That ranking system is very important for him to not just give a boost to himself, but to keep doing this professionally. Take his passion to a level where he can actually call it a success.
Well, let's see how the things will go. This matchup, Jahan and Vanshaj, it surely will be an interesting one. But before that, we do have one more leg, I believe, to be played between Vivan and Vanshaj there. So let's see how that matchup will be played out overall. Well, right now, these two lads, well, let's see how things do work out for the grand finals. Till the time, we'll be right back.
All right, then here we go with the second leg of the semi-finals number two between Vanshad Sharma and Vivan Sinha, where, as you can see, Spartus, we were talking about an entire goal team and Vivan wanting to play this game and, take up a challenge against these pros. As I said, it's quite commendable, though, to actually put out an effort and wanting to play the entire game, right? So let's see. I mean, as we were talking about how the rankings will be shifted. We already have our finalists sorted out. I think one church is just about warming up its hands and just getting ready for the final at this point.
Yeah. And now with five at the back from Ivan, he's trying to just maybe decrease the gap, but nothing right now, considering the first one. And for one shot, the game is pretty much easier, and also with the squad that Vivan has, the game has been even more difficult for him. Having rule breaker Perez and majority of the squad being a goal team, yeah, life is not easy out there.
Yeah, one more just for the stat simulator in one shot to get these goals, getting them ranked up. And yeah, I mean, so once again, Asensio just running through, and that's Petacek versus literally everyone in the team. And I think that's been the highlight of this game for me, Spartus. If I have to talk on a lighter note about this game, and since we can clearly see that one Church is just trying to have some fun over here with dribbling and getting through like that, I think it's mostly about him, uh, just taking on Vivan's goalkeeper Petacek 1v1 every single time he's going forward.
Just look at where keeping the ball. turning, twisting, having the possession for the longest time possible. And the thing is that 5 at the back does not guarantee you anything in this year's fixture. Even on the defending side of things, it is more about how your midfielders are present. So that is something which is have to be considered. But now Perez finally making a run, but not for long.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Igor Thiago, as we saw last time, the first time shots. I would like to see more of this. One judge now at this point, stowing around, dribbling, making those passes as well. With that being said, though, Spartus, we've seen the number of tournaments increase in the EAFC space in India as well in general, to touch upon that topic. And, like one of these tournaments, the Stairs one that we are so honored to host, given Stairs has given the opportunity to empower the youth. It's the fact that it is going to give a lot of new players to come up and try the game as well. I don't think so there's anything wrong to play these tournaments and trying your hand against the pros. You might not make it to the live stream side of things from the next event, but at least it's worth the try. It just goes to show people are passionate about EAFC going forward. It's not something that people have sort of just stopped playing as well. There's still new players like Vivan trying out in this tournament.
Well, that is true. But also, uh, right now there are, I would say, still more tournaments that can be placed out so that we can have a proper circuit. And I believe that the qualifiers that Shreyas has brought in have tried to fill up the gap. Because with all these qualifiers, we have really found some gem of a players, especially the JT brothers, be it Aman, be it Kabir. Both of them have been incredible, and it's quite saddening for me that Kabir has not made it to the top six because I really wanted to see him play on the land.
Yeah, and I think that's something that I wanted to see as well. I think a player like Kabir should have been there, and yeah, it's just competitive. When you see new players coming up like this, I think they also started out without being as good as these pros a couple of years back, and now they're at this point. So it takes time. You have to be patient with everything as well. Not gonna lie, it takes a lot of practice and hard work to get to the stage where you are at right now. As you can see, like Vivan just getting through the game, just trying to just play, have some fun. I think it doesn't look like he's having fun, but he's definitely playing the game because he wants to, and nobody can take that away. I think even for one church to just get through this game, he has to, because it is a learning curve for Vivan as well, knowing how the pro level is at, and you're playing FC at a certain level that you will only see when you play against the pros and not against, say, some of your friends.
That is true. And I believe that not just at the pros, but also when you get to a certain divisions and you try to face all these professional players out there. So grinding the game is equally important as well because the more the game you grind, the more comfortable you get facing the higher tier of the players. And then when you face them in tournaments, your life gets a little more easier because then you are kind of aware with the playstyle that these players carry. So you look at the passing lines right now. This is something that which I'm talking about. You know how to counter this stuff. You know how to play against them. Right now, one church, he's just first time passing every chance possible.
I mean, Vanshaj hasn't even let Vivan, at least come near his box. That's what I'm thinking right now. Hugo Sanchez once again. All right, just when I say that, Vanshaj going in for a simple slide tackle and taking it away.
Good dribbling out there. And this is one shot we are talking about. So kind of expected. I'm surprised that this was not a power shot by Igor Thiago. I really want to see one shot bang one in. Just unable to find the target, I believe.
Yeah. I think with that being said, the first half of the second leg of the semi final is over. Aggregate score has already been 21 goals, and we'll wait to see as to what score it finishes at from this point onwards. I think take a guess, Pardus. I will let you have that. What do you think will be the aggregate final score? Do you think it'll touch 30 though?
I think so, but it also depends how many power shots Igor Thiago is willing to take. Because he could have scored 30 in the first leg, but if Igor Thiago was trying to keep the ball on target. But now finally, I believe he's trying to break the deadlock, and for the first time in the match, it is an opportunity for Vivan to get onto the score sheet with his pen, and he will find the back of the net, getting one bar at least.
Wow. Hugo Sanchez on the score sheet. Who would have thought that would happen? But kudos to Vivan for getting that goal, even if it did come through a penalty. And one judge wouldn't really bother too much about it because he's just trying to dribble his way through, find these passing lanes, and he's not even scoring. He's just at this point dribbling with Hamano. Okay, Hamano is the player. All right. Is that who is that player that Vanchaj is playing with on the central position? I think that is Wire, right? Weir, the German Madrid player we were talking about.
The
But
cam
nonetheless,
can be fitting into different positions as well. But where
yeah,
centrally she's pretty good. But now with the likes of Vicky Lopez being released as an SPC, I guess she will be the most used centre mid now. Just seeing
absolutely.
that
I
card,
think
that
that
is incredible.
you're talking about Vicky Lopez, is it?
The new SBC, it came out I guess 2 days ago.
Yeah, for the La Liga tots. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
finally
Igor
a power
Thiago.
shot. There we have it.
We should
Practice
have a
makes
final
a
score.
player perfect. Igor Thiago is a practical example of it now.
He's done well in the Premier League as well, to be honest with you, this season. I think he's attracted attention from a lot of clubs as well, although not sure where he's going to end up after Brentford. Um, could end up staying very well there itself. But I think for one church, I'm just going to count the number of power shots he's going to take from this point onwards. Igor Thiago! Petacek slaps it away this time. He's like, enough of your power shots. I'm not conceding that. One shot's doing a player lock corner at this stage as well. He's not, I think he's just practicing for the finals at this point of time. Another one. And this time, Hugo Sanchez carries it away once again. He's running straight through. He is running straight through. There is no stopping Hugo Sanchez until the very last second when he comes inside the box. One more through ball opportunity. Igor Thiago knocks it up. One more time, Petacek just slaps it out. It's basically a power shot simulator of a second leg that we're watching.
Kind of. I just want to see it go in the back of the net at least from outside the box for one time. Just flick up,
Oh,
maybe try something. He has scored one from inside the box, but the outside the box is still yet to be finding the back of the net. We still have 20 minutes to
yeah.
go, and Igor Thiago is making yet another run.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point of time, I want Igor Thiago to score probably a couple goals at least. The first time ones here, but I don't know if these go in anymore. I think I missed the FIFA 19 days, to be honest. It's when El Tornadoes used to work a lot more.
The skill chaining era.
Yeah. Here it is, Igor Thiago once again. This time into gold Opamecano, though. That's something for Vanchers to think about. How to avoid gold Opamecano in that position. Finish shot, Petacek once again saves it. With that being said, this match is almost over. And
Ooh.
Wow, that was quite the moment. Unfortunately,
Just look
that
at that.
hasn't happened. Look at those shots. Insane. I love how the game is also showing us that these are the amount of shots you've taken one Shudge, but you've not converted a single one of them. One from here. Yay! That's one more on his tally, but gets a chance. I would like to see something from the 40-yard position, though.
Something like,
Upamecano.
is he actually dribbling with a goal centre back in the final third? And
Yeah,
attempted a
he did
cross with a goalkeeper.
look more like a shot,
Yeah, time for
Uh,
Magnan.
crazy at this point of time. One more attempt. Oh my goodness. Quite the block there. Here's a chance. One more time. Upamecano manages to block it. And for the last bits of this game, scoreline. One more chance. Hits the post. I wanted that one to go in for sure. But it is 24-1. That's the aggregate score that's there. And can Igor Thiago just do it one more time? Is he going to knock it up and go for it? He does! Oof. Just not enough. Last couple of minutes of this fixture. The finalists were locked in from ever since One Shot scored those initial few goals in the first half of this semi-final number 2. And it's going to be the big game that we are getting ready for Spartus. Finally, it's come to a point where we will be looking at it from the point of view of a competitive fixture. Kudos once again to Vivan for competing in this tournament. It's the entire ethos of Stairs to give an opportunity to new and young players. And that's about it. One Judge moves on to the final to take on Jahan, which is going to be quite the fixture that we have been waiting for in this tournament, and that could actually shape up a lot of points being moved up and down, because Saransh has also lost and One Judge now gunning for the title of this particular qualifier. So let's just see how that goes. But with that being said, we'll take a quick short break and we'll be back with the finals. So don't go anywhere. This is going to be quite the cracker of a game, guys. Stay tuned.
Welcome back everyone, right after a very short break to Stairs YUVA EA FC 26, the last qualifier, the grand finale. It is Jahan taking on Vanshaj for the very first time, and this will give us a brand new winner of the qualifiers because either of these players have not won a single qualifier till now. So the storyline today is gonna change.
Yeah, I think the entire storyline is subject to change now that we have both these players locked in for the top six. Both of them are qualified, and we will, of course, share the updated ranking table. But what we have in front of us right now, as you can see, that this is the moment that we need to focus on. Jahan is at 330, Vanshaj is at 370, so he's 40 points ahead of him. Now, if Jahan manages to win that, then that is going to be the difference of 80 and 105, which is, I think, coming out to be 90, 125 points. So, even if Jahan at this point, Spartus, I didn't think this through actually, he will still not be able to go above Vanshaj, even if he wins the
Yeah.
tournament, will he? Yeah,
Also,
yeah,
Vanshaj with 80 points, he'll be like 450, and with 105, he will be quite far out there. So Jahan, for him, it is most likely just toppling down Kabir Jaitley, getting the fifth spot from this position, and he has reached the final, so he will be able to do so quite comfortably since the distance is just 15 points between the fifth and sixth. So for both of them, it is just about the fact that they end up the qualifiers with a qualifier victory in their name.
yeah, absolutely. And I think with that being said, this is going to be a single-legged affair in the finals. Both these players have mutually agreed to play that, and we have one game that, again, with the points tally and everything that has gone down. It's mostly about the bragging rights for one judge, though. It is important because for him, it's a case where he can top Saransh and he can go above Aditya as well from what we saw the ranking. So I think one judge has a lot to play for the seeding compared to Jahan actually, because Jahan I think won't be able to shake up the points of Aditya and Saransh for sure because he's not changing one judges as well. But we'll have to wait for the final tally for that to happen. But here we go. Jahan playing from left to right in the blue kit, whereas one Shaj playing from right to left, straight up a chance, but well defended there. This promises to be a good one. What is your prediction here, Spartus? Do you think Jahan can take it based on the consistency he's had?
I highly doubt that taking out Vanshaj is going to be possible for him because right now Akaza, he opened the scoring just like that with Marco Asensio.
Yeah, gets inside the box, had a chance to play a cutback pass as well, but manages to score near post. Fantastic goal indeed. To have the composure to finish it near post when the goalkeeper is also moving in the extra pass, sort of is 50-50. You have to be focused enough to get that shot away and get a goal out of that situation. One Church now looks for another through ball, but this time Jahan was ready. End-to-end action this one. Both the players known for their attacking prowess, whereas One Church is defending is known for being quite a lot more compact than Jahan's, but we'll have to wait and see. Asensio now plays a pass. Great finish by Wire. And that's 2-0 for Akaza. It looks like he can go up with his seeding if he gets one more, because to remind all the viewers who have tuned in for the finals of the Stairs YUVA EA FC 26 qualifier number 10, that he can get those points and rank up for a better seed. Whereas for Jahan, it's all about playing for the bragging rights and adding those points to the tally. And of course, the prize pool of 5,000, which is available for these players in every qualifier, has a chance to try and get his first goal. Di Maria finesse, but Mike Magnan, great save over there.
Yellow corner coming in, unable to keep the possession now. Back to Igor Thiago. Just gets the ball to the Upamecano, just taking the possession and running down on the flank. And by the way, he is still out of position, playing a right mid, while only position he can play is the striker. That does not bother Vanshaj at all. But now R9 from the side of Jahan almost there, trying to get onto the score sheet. A low driven gets blocked, but now another player log. Trying to win the header will find Jolinton, but Perestra switches the position up.
Yeah, that was a good chance for Jahan there to get that one goal back. But one shot successfully managing to stop that. He's had a good couple of chances though, Jahan, cutting in from the center, then giving it to the right wing, then doing the same thing again inside R9. This time, good ball, great finesse, and Jahan is back in the game. Great finish from R9. Never going to miss inside the box when he's through on goal like that. And this could be the moment for Jahan to make a comeback into this game. He just has to stop one shot from scoring kickoffs because those can be deadly. Successfully managed to do so.
Now where? Twisting, turning, finding the speed, but Saliba is just marking that passing line centrally. But now Dumone trying to unleash a counter attack, and R9 almost there. If Di Maria had a directional run outside rather than being inside, it might have worked out. And I think this is something that Jahan can add into his arsenal. Those 11 directional runs, they are really handy if you just get a hold of them.
Yeah, you do. And whoa, that was a close call. Keeper coming out. R9 plays it to Pedri. Oof, that's not the mistake that you normally see. Good recovery there from one Church. That would have been very furious with his right back as to what had happened over there. McTominay now. One of the best CMs in the game for sure. Jahan always looking for these first time through balls, sending players forward. Nice roulette there. R9. Oh my god, what a goal that is. First time roulette inside the box. What a goal that is from R9. That is honestly top notch.
Dumone, but now again just trying to get back into the game. Has equalized the scoreline, but now Di Maria Feyenoord, Jolinton finds R9 and Inaki Williams. If the touch was better, it could have been Jahan for the first time who can be into the lead.
Yeah, could have done a lot better there, honestly. But he's back in the game, and as I said, the 2-0 lead always haunts you. And one Church has to do something now because the momentum is with Jahan, and with his consistency, his focus is locked in. He is gunning to win at least one qualifier. Despite qualifying in the top 6, he's not had the chance to even win one. One Church has won 2 qualifiers, mind you, Spartus. That is what Jahan is seeking here. More than the prize money, more than anything else after being qualified that he's playing for. I think he's playing to win it. At least that one qualifier, which is the last one, and to go out on a high and prepare for the national finals. I think that's his main goal at this point of time.
The game is looking a bit more difficult for him, to be honest. Right now, just flexing up his bicep at the same time, and that is a big arm.
Wow. My goodness. He is ready for anything that comes up in the second half after flexing those biceps. My goodness, we've had quite a moment here. Gotta reel this one out, Spartus. Incredible moment there. He's quite a character, isn't he, Jahan? That's what we love to see for these live streams. I think that's 100% one for the WhatsApp groups as well for the FC community going forward. You know what I'm talking about. But nonetheless, we resume with the second half of the finals of the STAIRS YUVA EA FC Season 1 qualifier number 10. The last one where all the players have been locked. This is a game for the bragging rights and the seeding. Igor Thiago this time not finding enough space to look for a power shot, but one shot taking a bit too much time to get that shot away. Could have done a lot better over there. Good pass there to R9. Can he make something out of this? Great turn inside, but the pass just letting him down. I think he was probably just forced that pass too much.
Maybe just losing the composure right there. And this is what pressure does to you, because right now both the players have just tied the score line to 2-2. Pretty much intact as things stands, and now just trying to dribble out from the back lines. He is keeping position really nicely, but R9 a bit more hopeful for Di Maria to reach to the app, and then he's not that fast.
Yeah. Trying out, and I think Igor Thiago is kind of struggling in this game, to be very honest with you. I think he's lost possession multiple times as well. That positional change, you can see somewhat of an impact of him unless you manually trigger him. He's just standing there, not even making runs because he's playing way out of position. He's not making those runs, but that's a chance, and that's offside. And this is why the positions are very important, and probably a change that one judge must be looking at least at this point of time, to get like a fiver in place, to make the most out of the right wing position that he's not exactly using too much. And every time he does, Jahan is quickly closing him down over there without wasting too much time.
Now, Rafinha back to Dumorne, almost getting in the back lines. Jacob Remon has been pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, a body type, but I'm not sure what has happened to Akaza after the first two goals, because he looked like that he opened the scoring really nicely and is able to dribble it out, but now he's completely on the back. But finally tried to get onto the shot, misses it out. Not the perfect angle there. Wins a corner, takes the shot instead of a play log, but now Pavlovic finds McTominay back to where has good space in front of her, but nobody to pass to.
Still has the chance though. Looking for a cut inside. Great defending there by Jahan, not giving any sort of space. Look at where Dumorne is coming to track back. Wins the ball high up the pitch, gives another chance, trying to play through those passing lanes in the midfield, but just not enough. Great defending there by Jahan to close down those spaces. Rafinha, good pass there to Marco Reus, goes for a finesse, and what a goal that is, my goodness. The advanced Roulé into a finesse shot, and Jahan is here to prove the doubters wrong. Play his best FC that he's played in a long time. One Shaj on the other hand, does he have other plans? Plays an extra pass. McTominay, beautiful pass there to Igor Thiago, just not onside. Solid defending there by Jahan.
But now, with the last 15 minutes, he needs to just keep up the flow. Because right now, as things stands, a 3-2 advantage, a player log trying to find the player. Roy is almost there, trying to just hit the final nail in the coffin. And Akaza, he's completely on the back foot. A scoreline I really didn't anticipate. It is onto the making, but now through on goal, Malawas take the shot, and the score lines are back on level terms.
What a game this has turned out to be. One judge, great counter attack over there, using all the time and space he had to play that through ball to Malos. And as good as John is playing, we cannot count one judge out when he's attacking, because once he gets going with those through balls, that's when he gets scary with that dribbling as well. Good step up there by John to stop that, but losing the ball a bit too much in the midfield can put him at risk. Straight up through, one judge has a chance, takes a touch, goes for a shot, and gets the lead here. What a turnaround of the game in legit in-game 10 minutes.
I'm not sure what has happened to John, but okay, he finds the back of the net just like that. I thought that the ball will be intercepted, but Marco Reus with a sublime of a touch inside the box make the scoreline 4 overall yet again.
Now, this is why these games are so entertaining for us to cast and for you guys to watch end to end action. John wasted no time. One more time, he almost gave the ball away over there. It's not the best idea. Great tracking back from Vanshaj. 87th minute on the clock. Whoever scores now, most likely, is going to be winning this match. Igor Thiago not being able to use his strength to push away the likes of Gabriel. Jahan now is going to keep the ball to try and get the last attack. Otherwise, this game will go into extra time and eventually penalties if needed. And we've been there, Spartus. It is pretty interesting to watch. Very nerve wracking as well. John wasting no time whatsoever to immediately move the ball forward into the final third, knowing the time is one judge. Will he get enough time to get that attack? Will the referee blow the whistle? He hasn't. Through ball on the cards. Wire. Oh my god, the referee blows the whistle right before the attack is created. Oh no, one judge must be gutted with that. But for us as neutrals, this game has gone into extra time and we will see good 30 minutes in game action before this goes to penalties if needed. What a cracker of an ending to the last qualifier, to be honest with you, to just go into extra time and a potential penalty shootout.
Well, it looks like this has to be a cracker of a game because I really thought that we might see Vanshad just taking the game by a storm, at least getting 2 to 3 goals in his advantage. But nothing is working out for him, to be very honest. He has created such goals, but not enough. And I'm really impressed by Jahan. It is his second grand finals, and he is really putting up a show.
He really is this time, and I think he's gunning for that first position as well. He is onside, and I thought that could have been a goal. Heads it down. Joe Linton is one of the good cards that are there in the game now as a centre mid. He's a solid player. With that being said, as you rightly said, John wanting to win this, eager to win this. Marco Reus, ever since he's been come on, he's been a menace to deal for one judge. That's a through ball chance. Where is he going to play? Wire. Plays a couple of quick passes. That's a chance there for Thompson. Goes inside. That is a foul. Is it? Oh no, it's a previous yellow card. I thought that's a foul on the edge of the box. A lot of t-shirt pulling that we remember from Jahan in the last game. How we got through it, if you remember, against Rohit J. Abraham. That was quite the game. And I literally thought Jahan did the exact same thing, but Asensio onside, plays a pass to Weir. Looks for a couple of passes. Pavlovic. Thompson goes back. Good recycling there. Pavlovic gets the ball again. Twisting, turning, trying to find that space. This goal could be super crucial to decide the winner of this game. Thompson, great bit of dribbling there from one judge, gets through. The discipline of Jahan has been immaculate. Oh wow. What a goal that is from Wire. Spartus, that composure is unreal. To break that discipline of Jahan's defense, to have the ball until the end. What a goal that is.
Kaza, he's just showcasing class right now, but at the same time, just look at Jahan. He knows that he still has a one half to be played, and he was almost on the brink of scoring the fifth one for himself as well. But now he needs to make sure he does not concede one from here. Just goes back, trying to cut out the passing lane, and Gabriel will definitely help that. One more half to be played, and Akaza, he is in the lead.
Yeah, 15 in-game minutes with a lot of substitutions that these guys are looking at. And honestly, that goal shows as to why Vanshaj is one of the best players in the country. He is genuinely so good with that left stick dribbling. The composure he showed, he didn't make a miss pass, he didn't do anything wrong over there. All he had to do was just stay locked in, wait for Jahan to give him the slightest of space that he can. and go ahead and get that goal. The finals of the last qualifier, it's been quite a ride, and it is all coming down to the extra time between these two really good players who are giving it their all to get this win. Jahan has to do something very soon because these in game 15 minutes are literally like 2 minutes in real time. You got to do something about it.
Oh, a massive block. Almost finding the opening there, but Upamecano just putting up a leg, blocking that low driven. So
Yeah,
one last change before they can turn things around. And Jahan Khan, he's so close to pushing us to the pens or even just closing this game in his favor. But Akaza, with 1 goal advantage, he will now try to run down the game.
yeah, he will not. I think he can't really because Jahan is going to put all the pressure on him to be able to get those goals. Put that high pressure on 95 depth, team press, everything that comes at him. One Church is going to have to catch him on the break. Can he do that? Not against Theo. It's not that easy to beat him on a through ball for sure. Doku now plays a pass to Jolington. Good pass there to Rafinha. Jahan has to be careful here. Plays a pass and he gets that equalizer at the 114th minute. Pedro Neto, so disciplined to wait it out, have that composure to play that pass. Fantastic goal from Jahan to equalize this game. It just has to be very careful defensively now because One Judge, what he did with the goal in extra time just goes to show that he has the capability to do so much better than that goal. To play that pass to Donnarumma right on time.
But now Palestra has the ball back to Saliba last 2 minutes. Akaza, he is trying to just press the ball higher. Just trying to win it back to Doku. But you need to go ahead, Jan. You cannot play for pens. You need to go ahead and finding Bremer. Oh, the time it's almost clicking out. Jolinton finds Joku and yep, on to the last time. But Palestra wins the ball high up the pitch. And now with the last kick out, this can't be rushing a hands and around. He's through on goal. Saliba too far out. Flynn and McCann turn things around, but he tried to go for a goal instead. And just could not make it happen. And we are now down to the penalty shootout.
Absolutely fantastic indeed. I think this is the best way to end these online qualifiers we've been seeing. Jahan, first up, Marco Reus, the player, as soon as he came on, did the job. Can he convert this penalty? He can. Great goal over there.
Another one. It's just being consistent throughout this pen. It is more about the mind game, and the first mind game has been won by Akaza. Jahan misses.
Yeah, and this one, he slots it in very well. This time, Jahan, he cannot be missing this one. He has to get this right. One Judge almost saved that. He has to get this one in, though, to have that lead intact, and he does. It's all on Jahan now.
Has to score it out. Goal center.
This one's in
Akaza.
for One Judge. Bottom corner.
All the pressure on Jahan now. Needs to score with Theo, and he will find the back of the net now. Akaza. He scores and he wins.
And he does. One Shot Sharma is your winner for the third time in these set of qualifiers and has secured a massive total of 105 points from this particular matchup. Fantastic game between the two gentlemen over here. The flex was from Jahan, the bicep flex. Just coming back to haunt him, I guess. But I think that is what we do. The showboating, we love it. We love it. Absolutely, we love it. One Church, I think, took that personally and got the job done in the penalty shootout. He is your winner for the qualifier number 10. He's done it yet again and has successfully secured his spot amongst the top three players with that result. We will be sharing the updated rankings with you, of course, after this ends. But what a fantastic final this was, to be very honest with you. I had a great time casting over it with Spartus. I think it's one of those games that you eagerly wait for when you see it on the fixture, especially when it's part of the last qualifier, because Jahan was gunning for his first ever qualification win in terms of winning the entire qualifier, but one judge has stopped him from doing that. But commiserations to Jahan and congratulations as well for qualifying, because he played really well this time and he did not disappoint at all whatsoever. One judge, of course, being that player, and I think I got the prediction right as well, apart from that one game of Rohit J. Ibrahim, by the way. So, yeah, I think you better sign me up on the World Cup Octopus prediction duties, Paris. Don't forget about me there.
I hope that the winner is someone we both agree to be. He deserves the World Cup,
Yeah.
and if you can just give the chance to CR7, it will be really nice. But with that being said, 10 qualifiers, Upmanyu, a journey that started almost 6 months ago, has finally concluded, giving us the top 6 players who will compete for the land in New Delhi. But also, there are 2 more slots that remain to be fulfilled, because we want even more participation from the players throughout the nation so that we can actually have the best of the best fight out there.
Yeah, 100%. And I am all in for it. I cannot wait for those two players to being added to these lists. So, congratulations to Charanjot Singh, Saransh Jain, Aditya Chadda, Vanshad Sharma, Jahan Khan, and who's our fifth guy? Charanjot, Saransh, Aditya, Vanshaj, Jahan, and from what I see, Rohit J. Abraham. Kabir Jaitley unfortunately lost and he is out of that race. So we will of course be putting out the post for that. So do follow us over there at the rate of Diksha Sports on Instagram, at the rate of NGO Stairs. We'll be posting all the updates. And once again, a massive, massive thank you for the Stairs NGO to be able to put this out there for empowering the youth. Yuva means the youth, and we were able to do that. Thank you so much to ZTM for being our community partners, supporting our event right from the start and getting massive participation from the community and getting that support. That something big for EAFC is happening, at least domestically in India, and Sportscast India for the being the production partners and bringing this experience live to you for you guys to watch and learn from the best of the best pros as well. And once again, thank you so much, Spartus, for being my co-caster. I think it has been a fantastic journey, as you rightly said, long journey of 6 months coming to an end, where had a lot of good moments. We saw amazing players like Kabir Jaitley, his brother Aman Jaitley, Rohit, and players like Jake Santos, and even new players coming in who played on the live stream. Even like today, Vivan, big kudos to him for actually showing up and playing the two legs. I mean, not everyone has it in them to get through this as well. So that shows a lot of courage and shows a lot of passion as well. And once again, massive congratulations to all the winners who have won all these qualifiers, and we cannot wait to host them at the nationals.
It surely will be an interesting one. At the national, it will be a completely thriller of a match, because the type of players we have seen made it to the top 6, they are incredible, and the best of the nation will be competing for the slot at the biggest stage possible for SE26 in India. But with that, the qualifiers journey comes to an end, and we will see you in the land finals.